The mountains rise like sleeping gods, ancient, cold, and silent. But what they hold within is far from still. Carved into their cliffs are ruins no one remembers building. Temples older than the civilizations that surround them. Books hidden in monasteries so remote, their pages may have never been read. And entire groups of people, soldiers, monks, entire tribes, who walked into the highlands and were never seen again. Some say it's the altitude, the cold, the isolation. But others believe the mountains keep secrets for a reason, that some things were never meant to be found. This isn't folklore. These aren't ghost stories whispered by campfire. They're real accounts, recorded, witnessed, documented. And still, no one can explain them. So take a breath, because up here, even the wind sounds different. The higher we climb, the deeper the mystery becomes. Let's begin. The snow fell in soft, persistent silence over the Ural Mountains, blanketing the peaks in white and swallowing sound in every direction. It was the winter of 1959, and the winds that swept across the icy ridges carried a strange, hollow chill. Not the ordinary kind. This chill felt different, like something had shifted in the heart of the land, something that did not want to be found. On the eastern slope of Kailash, a name meaning Mountain of the Dead in the language of the local Mansi people, 9 experienced Soviet hikers pitched their tent for the last time. They had been making their way through the harsh terrain with precision and discipline, led by 23-year-old Igor Dyatlov, a radio engineering student from the Ural Polytechnical Institute. The group had already trekked for days through heavy snow, documenting their journey in meticulous diaries and photographs, some smiling with frost-crusted lips, others huddled in warmth against the backdrop of a frozen wilderness. But after the night of February 1st, no more entries would follow. Weeks passed. The group never returned. When the search teams finally found the Dyatlov group's campsite, something was immediately wrong. Their tent, which should have been a refuge from the howling winds, had been slashed open from the inside. Not unzipped, not opened, ripped. Like those inside were trying to escape something in a panic. Inside the tent, their belongings were still neatly arranged: boots, jackets, food. But the hikers themselves were gone. The first bodies were discovered only a few hundred meters downhill. 2 of them, lying side by side, barefoot in their underwear, their hands frozen mid-reach, as if crawling towards something that wasn't there. Nearby, another was found face down in the snow. Before we step into the next part of the story, just a quick note. You'll notice the visuals are subtle, meant to support, not distract. This series is built for quiet listening, researched slowly, spoken gently. So whether you're here for every word or just letting it play in the background, welcome. Thanks for being here. Now, let's continue the journey. Further out, more bodies appeared, some with broken bones, others with massive internal injuries that seemed almost surgical in their precision. One woman was missing her eyes, another, her tongue. None of them showed signs of external wounds to match the trauma. It was as if they had been crushed from within. The final 4 were discovered months later, buried under snow in a ravine. The temperature had preserved them in haunting clarity. Their expressions frozen in horror. Their clothes, strangely, showed traces of radiation. The Soviet government closed the case quickly. The cause of death, a compelling natural force. But no one could explain what that meant. The incident was filed away, locked behind red tape, and shrouded in silence for decades. But the whispers never stopped. Something had happened in those mountains, something that even time could not bury. And in the decades that followed, as old files were declassified and new evidence surfaced, the Dyatlov Pass incident transformed from a local tragedy into one of the most enduring mysteries in modern history. The questions outlived the answers. Who or what forced 9 seasoned hikers to flee into the freezing darkness without shoes or coats? What could cause trauma similar to a car crash, yet leave no bruise on the skin? Why was the tent cut open from the inside? And why were some bodies found nearly a mile away, separated by thick forest and uneven ground? To begin unraveling the threads, we return to the beginning. The hikers departed on January 27, 1959, from Vijay, the last inhabited settlement before the ascent into the unpopulated north. Their goal was to reach Otorten, a peak some 15 kilometers beyond Kailash. All were young, all were fit, all had earned Grade 2 hiking certifications, and this trip would have qualified them for Grade 3, the highest possible in Soviet mountaineering. Their journey was methodical. The early days were documented with enthusiasm, handwritten journal entries, cheerful group photos. One entry described the snow as playful. Another joked about cooking dinner in a blizzard. On January 31st, they cached supplies in a forested valley to lighten their load for the final ascent. By February 1st, they had begun their climb toward Kailash. They never reached Otorten. The first search began on February 20th, spurred by families and friends who had grown anxious over the group's silence. Volunteers, students, and military personnel combed the icy landscape. The tent was found on February 26th, partially buried in snow but unmistakable in shape. The slope on which it had been pitched was exposed to fierce wind. Oddly, the hikers had chosen to camp there rather than descend to the shelter of the forest a mile away. Why? Inside the tent, everything was in order. Clothes, skis, even food arranged on a plate. But the canvas had been slashed from within. The tracks leading away told a chilling story. Bare feet, socks, a single shoe. The trail split, vanished, resumed, and led downward toward the tree line. Then the bodies began to surface. The 2 Yuris, Doroshenko and Krivonishenko, were found under a cedar tree, their hands burned, likely from trying to light a fire. Nearby branches were broken up to 5 meters high, suggesting one of them had climbed the tree, perhaps to look for the others, or to escape. Igor Dyatlov, the leader, was found lying on his back, one hand clutching a birch branch. His other hand was pressed against his chest. He was facing the tent, as if trying to return. Zina Kolmogorova too was found pointed toward the tent, arms stretched forward, fingers scraped raw. Rustem Slobodin had a fractured skull. A blunt force impact, but not enough to kill him. He had fallen multiple times, perhaps while trying to run. And then there were the final 4. It took months to find them. They were buried under 13 feet of snow in a deep ravine. Their injuries were worse. Lyudmila Dubinina had broken ribs and a missing tongue. Alexander Kolovatov had a twisted neck. Semyon Zolotaryov, a veteran and survival expert, had crushed ribs and a missing eye. They were dressed in the clothes of the others, improvised layers torn from fallen friends. Some garments registered abnormally high levels of radiation. Officially, hypothermia was blamed for most of the deaths. Unofficially, nothing made sense. The theories emerged like ghosts. One early suggestion was an avalanche, that the group heard the rumble, panicked, and fled barefoot into the night. But the slope was not steep enough, and there were no signs of an avalanche. The tent, though collapsed, was partially upright. The footprints were undisturbed. Others proposed that katabatic winds, sudden, violent downdrafts of frigid air, may have struck the camp with force. Such winds have been known to disorient even seasoned hikers. But again, the physical evidence didn't align. No sign of weather events severe enough to explain the internal injuries. Some looked to local lore. The Mansi people, indigenous to the region, called Kailash the Mountain of the Dead for a reason. In their oral traditions, it was a place to be avoided. The spirits of the mountain, they said, did not tolerate intrusion. Ritual markers had been found near the site, carved symbols in the trees. But others suggested something more grounded: the military. In 1959, the Ural Mountains were not just wilderness. They were also a borderland for Soviet weapons testing. Some theorists believe the hikers may have stumbled into a secret operation, perhaps parachute mines or experimental munitions dropped from aircraft. These mines detonate above ground and can cause internal injuries without external damage. It's a compelling detail. And yet, if that were the case, why was there no effort to cover up the bodies? Why were the search teams allowed access? Why file a report at all? Then came the radiation. Tests on the hikers' clothes showed elevated levels of radioactivity. This was dismissed as contamination from everyday items, mantles in lanterns, camera film. But none of the other expedition members showed similar exposure, and no strong radioactive sources were found near the site. In recent years, satellite imagery and computer simulations have provided new tools for examining the case. In 2021, a team of Swiss scientists modeled snow slab dynamics and determined that a small but lethal slab avalanche, triggered by a subtle shift in weight beneath the snow, could have struck the tent. It might explain the initial panic, the fleeing, the trauma. But the model is theoretical, and it does not account for all the injuries, nor the silence that followed. When the final report was issued in May 1959, it was brief, vague. The deaths were blamed on a compelling natural force. No mention of radiation, no mention of the military. The files were sealed, and then, for decades, nothing. The site was renamed Dyatlov Pass in honor of the fallen. But no monument was erected. No national recognition was offered. Only the families and a handful of researchers continued to press for answers. In the 1990s, with the fall of the Soviet Union, some documents were declassified. Survivors of the initial search came forward. Some remembered details that had never been made public. Others changed their stories. One mentioned seeing strange orange orbs in the sky the night of February 1st. Another recalled a sudden pressure in the ears, a sharp ringing, before falling unconscious. A geologist on a separate expedition in the region reported metal fragments found deep in the soil, circular scorch marks on the snow, all unexplained. Still others whispered about infrasound. This was a fringe idea, but not without basis. Infrasound refers to low-frequency vibrations below the threshold of human hearing. In certain conditions, such as high winds passing over a mountain ridge, these vibrations can induce panic, nausea, and hallucinations. Could a perfect storm of wind and topography have caused a kind of group madness? Could fear alone drive 9 experienced hikers into the dark, barefoot, and ultimately to their deaths? Or was there something else? A rare and unrepeatable confluence of factors. The camp was never reconstructed. No modern expedition has successfully replicated the injuries, the behavior, or the conditions. Even today, hikers who pass near Dyatlov Pass report an uneasy feeling, a strange pressure in the air, compasses that falter, birds that go quiet, And then there are the photographs. The last images taken by the group show smiles, laughter, camaraderie. Then the final frame, blurry, a streak of light, a dark shape, perhaps nothing, perhaps the last thing they saw. More than 60 years have passed, and the Dyatlov Pass incident remains an open wound in the annals of mystery. The snow still falls over Kailash, soft and slow, covering the earth, burying the truth. But some things refuse to stay buried. A tent slashed from within, boot prints vanishing into the dark, a clock stopped at 10:25, and the silence of the mountain where no answer ever echoes back. Even now, the question remains: what compelled 9 hikers to abandon everything they had, their shelter, their warmth, their hope, and walk barefoot into a frozen wilderness that would become their grave? And whatever it was, is it still there? Waiting. Story 2. The Devil's Bible and the Monastery that vanished. From the frozen silence of Kailash, where wind speaks in questions and no answer has ever returned, we shift now to an older place, one not buried in snow, but in time. There is no tent here, no footprints in frost, no final photograph. Instead, we find ourselves standing before a book so large it takes 2 men to lift, a book so strange it carries a name older than myth, the Devil's Bible. And the monastery where it was written is gone, vanished. What you're about to hear is not just the story of a manuscript, it's the story of a silence that spans centuries. A silence that begins in Bohemia, in what is now the heart of the Czech Republic, and unfolds beneath candlelight, across parchment, in a vanished monastery that no longer appears on any map. Let's begin. The story opens in the early 13th century in a remote monastery known as Podlajic. It was not a grand abbey, not a famed cathedral. It was humble, even small, compared to the great centers of learning in Paris or Rome. But within its walls, something extraordinary was taking place. A monk, whose name has been lost to time, was tasked with a feat that defied imagination: to create the largest book the medieval world had ever known. A single codex, handwritten, illustrated, illuminated, by himself. It would come to be known as the Codex Gigas. In Latin, it means giant book, and it lives up to the name. The Codex Gigas weighs over 165 pounds and contains 310 parchment leaves, each made from the skin of a donkey or calf, meaning that hundreds of animals were required simply to supply the pages. But its size is not what earned it its darker name. That came from what was found inside. One night, according to legend, the monk realized he could not complete the task. Perhaps the abbot had demanded it be finished by morning. Perhaps it was a penance, a punishment, or a desperate attempt to preserve the monastery's fading legacy. Whatever the cause, the monk knew the task was impossible. And so, he made a pact. Not with another monk, not with a king or a bishop, but with the devil. According to medieval folklore, the monk swore his soul in exchange for help completing the book. And when the manuscript was finished, miraculously, overnight, it contained not only the complete Latin Bible, but also forbidden texts, medical treatises, exorcism formulas, a chronicle of Bohemia, and magical invocations. And on page 290, in the center of the book, a full-page portrait of the devil himself, a horned figure, green skin, red claws, and eyes that seem to watch, no matter how the light hits the page. This image, placed without commentary or explanation, remains one of the most unnerving illustrations in medieval history. And from that day forward, the book became known not as the Codex Gigas, but as the Devil's Bible. But that's just the beginning. For reasons we may never understand, the monastery of Podlagis was destroyed less than a century later. The buildings vanished, the name faded, and with it, the order of monks who had once lived and prayed there. No one knows what happened. There are no reliable records, only charred ground and local legend. One story says the monastery was burned to the ground during a raid, erased by fire and sword. Another claims that the monks themselves turned on one another, driven mad by the presence of the codex and the figure it contained. But strangely, the book survived, carried from place to place, protected, preserved, while the monastery did not. Today, the site of Podlagis is little more than a memory, but the Devil's Bible still exists. You can see it with your own eyes, in the National Library of Sweden in Stockholm, where it rests behind glass, too fragile to handle. But if you do visit, take a moment to look at the edges of the manuscript. The pages are trimmed, the leather worn, as if the book has traveled through more than just time. And now, let's follow that journey. After the destruction of Podlagis, the codex was taken in by the Benedictine monks of Břevnov Monastery near Prague. There it remained for over 2 centuries, until 1594, when it caught the eye of someone far more powerful, Rudolf II, the Holy Roman Emperor. Rudolf was not an ordinary monarch. He was obsessed with alchemy, astrology, and the occult. His court was a sanctuary for mystics, charlatans, and visionaries. Under his reign, Prague became a city of secrets. He demanded the codex be transferred to his private collection. And from that moment on, the Devil's Bible was no longer just a book. It became a symbol, a source of fascination and fear. During Rudolf's reign, scholars and scribes attempted to study it, but many who worked closely with the codex reported strange dreams, restless nights, a sensation that they were being watched. One man, a court astrologer named Johannes Kepler, is said to have refused to enter the room where it was kept. "Too much darkness," he wrote, "too much weight." But the book remained, silent, patient, until war came. In 1648, during the 30 Years' War, Swedish troops stormed Prague and looted its treasures. Among the spoils taken from Rudolf's castle was the Codex Gigas. It was carried back to Stockholm aboard a warship, and as the ship crossed the Baltic Sea, a storm broke out. Waves rose like mountains. Thunder cracked the sky, and for a moment, the ship nearly capsized. Soldiers on board believed they had taken something they were never meant to possess. But the storm passed. The ship reached port, and the Devil's Bible found its new home, the Royal Library of Sweden. But even there, its story doesn't end. In 1697, a fire broke out at the royal castle in Stockholm. Flames consumed entire wings of the palace. Thousands of books were lost, but not the codex. According to records, a librarian named Anders Sparman threw open the glass case and ran, clutching the enormous book in his arms, down smoke-choked halls and into the streets. Why he risked his life for one book is unclear, but the image remains, a lone figure running through fire, carrying the Devil's Bible. And once again, the codex survived, unburned, unbroken, untouched. But what does it say? Inside the Codex Gigas is the entire Vulgate Bible, written in Latin, with ornate initials and intricate margins. But scattered between the religious texts are other writings. A treatise by Isidore of Seville, Etymologiae, an early attempt to catalogue human knowledge. Medical texts from the 11th century, descriptions of disease, diagnosis, and herbal remedies. A calendar listing saints' days and astronomical events. And a section devoted to exorcisms. Yes, exorcisms. In precise Latin, the manuscript outlines rituals to drive out demons, complete with incantations and sacred names. It is the only known Bible from this period to include such instructions, and all of it, according to carbon dating and handwriting analysis, was written by one man. No changes in style, no deviations in ink or pen pressure, as if a single monk sat down and wrote for years, non-stop. To write something of this scale by hand would have taken at least 20 years. Some experts suggest 30. And yet, there are no corrections, no mistakes. Every line is flawless, as if transcribed under some kind of trance or compulsion. And always, there is the image. Page 290. The devil. Unlike other depictions from the time, which often showed the devil as grotesque or cartoonish, this figure is poised, calm, squatting between two towers. His mouth is closed, his gaze fixed. Some have said it looks almost sad, others that it is waiting. But perhaps the strangest detail of all is the page that precedes it. Directly opposite the devil's portrait is a full-page image of the celestial city, heaven itself, rendered in luminous ink and golden flourishes. The only two full-page illustrations in the book, heaven and hell, facing each other, as if to remind the reader, you are always standing between them. So, what do we make of it? The official explanation, if there is one, is that the Codex was created as a grand compilation of spiritual and scientific knowledge, a kind of medieval encyclopedia written by a devoted monk over many decades. But that explanation doesn't sit well with everyone. The lack of errors, the consistency of ink, the scale of the project, the strange choice of materials, the portrait, and, perhaps most troublingly, the fate of the monastery itself. Why did it vanish? Why is there no record of its end? Why does the book survive every disaster that should have destroyed it? Fire, war, decay, while the men who created it are lost. Some say the book is protected, others say it is cursed. But all agree on this. Once you have seen the Devil's Bible, you do not forget it, and the feeling it leaves behind is not easily named. In 2007, the Codex was returned briefly to Prague for the first time in over 350 years. Thousands came to see it. But some reported feeling faint near the glass. Others said the room felt colder than the rest of the exhibit, and a few claimed the devil's eyes followed them, not just across the room, but into their dreams. One thing is certain. Of all the books created during the medieval period, through famine, plague, and war, this is the only one of its kind, the only manuscript that contains a complete Bible and a full-page portrait of the devil, the only book whose origin monastery is gone, the only codex whose survival seems unnatural. And so we ask, who was the monk who wrote it? What drove him to finish it? Why did he add that image? And why, after all these centuries, does the Devil's Bible still endure? Perhaps it is simply a marvel of craftsmanship, or perhaps something older had a hand in its making. The truth, like the book, remains, closed, waiting, and still, watching. Story 3. The Skeleton Lake of Roopkund. From the burning ink of the Devil's Bible and the silence of a vanished monastery, we leave Bohemia behind. But not the questions. Some mysteries linger in parchment and ash. Others are carved into ice. High in the Himalayas, where oxygen thins and clouds cling to mountains like ghosts, there is a place that holds another enigma. Not of manuscripts or monks, but of bones. Hundreds of them. A lake so remote, so quiet, it might never have been found at all, had war not brought it into the world's gaze. Roopkund, 16,000 feet above sea level, a frozen basin in the Indian state of Uttarakhand. For most of the year, it lies silent beneath snow and ice. But each summer, as the ice melts, the lake begins to reveal what it has hidden for centuries. Skeletons, not one, not a dozen, but hundreds. Strewn around the lake's perimeter, embedded in mud, lying tangled in root and stone. Skulls, femurs, rib cages, some bleached white, others still bearing fragments of skin, hair, or clothing. It would be easy to mistake this for a burial ground, but there are no markers, no graves, and no clear cultural practice that explains why so many dead from so many different centuries would come to rest in a single, shallow, glacial lake. The first documented encounter came in 1942. A British forest ranger patrolling what was then a remote and sparsely mapped stretch of the Indian Himalayas stumbled upon a scene that seemed almost mythical. He expected pine and snow. What he found was death, human remains half submerged in the melting ice. At first, the British suspected a military incursion. World War II was raging. Could these be Japanese soldiers attempting to pass through the mountains? But closer examination revealed something strange. The bones were old, very old. The clothing wasn't modern. Some garments looked medieval. Some skeletons appeared to date from different eras entirely. The wartime urgency faded, but the mystery only deepened. It would be decades before scientists returned with the tools and time to study the site properly. And when they did, what they uncovered only multiplied the questions. Carbon dating revealed an extraordinary truth. The bones did not all belong to a single group. They did not die in one event. Instead, multiple clusters of skeletons dated to entirely different centuries. One group dated to around 800 CE. Another over 1,000 years later, in the 1800s. Yet all of them dead in the same place. And then there was the cause of death. Many of the skulls bore the same mark, a blunt force trauma to the back of the head. But not from blades, not from war, from something round, heavy, like a stone. It was as if something had fallen from the sky. This wasn't a massacre. There were no signs of battle, no shattered shields or rusted weapons. Instead, researchers were faced with something even more haunting. A theory emerged. Hail. But not the hail we know. Not pea-sized pellets of sleet. These were theorized to be massive spheres of ice, falling with such speed and force that they crushed skulls and broke bones. It seemed far-fetched. And then the evidence aligned. In local folklore, there is a song, an old tale passed down by Himalayan villagers. It speaks of a goddess angered by trespassers in her sacred lands. She unleashes a storm of ice from the heavens, striking down the intruders as they try to flee. The song describes travelers caught in a hailstorm, a sudden, violent onslaught, death from above. And though it may sound poetic, the injuries described in the song match the trauma found on the bones. So perhaps, in one strange moment in the 9th century, a group of pilgrims or travelers did cross into forbidden land and met a storm so violent, so sudden, that none survived. But that doesn't explain the rest, because more skeletons followed, Centuries later, in the 17th and 19th centuries, other groups seem to have died here as well. Their bones lie beside those from 800 CE, preserved by cold, ice, and altitude. Some still wear jewelry, some still have flesh, and none of them have names. The question becomes unavoidable. Why here? Why did so many different groups across 1,000 years end up in the same small lake? One theory is pilgrimage. The region around Roopkund is part of a sacred route. Every 12 years, devotees undertake the Nanda Devi Raj Jat, a high-altitude pilgrimage through some of the harshest terrain in India. The journey honors the goddess Nanda Devi and her consort. It is a path both spiritual and punishing. Pilgrims climb steep ridges, cross freezing rivers, and pass sites where weather can shift from sun to snow in minutes. Roopkund lies along this route. Some believe that those who died at the lake were pilgrims who succumbed to exhaustion, exposure, or a freak storm. Others suggest that the lake has always been a point of reckoning, a place where nature asserts itself. A trap hidden in plain sight, where the altitude, weather, and terrain conspire. But there is another possibility. That Roopkund is not just a place people happen to die. It is a place people were drawn to, perhaps unknowingly, perhaps repeatedly. A geologist studying the site noted an eerie feature. The lake's location is not entirely random. It lies in a shallow basin beneath towering ridgelines, surrounded on all sides by steep walls. Snowmelt pools in the center, and fog often settles there. At certain angles, the wind whips through the narrow passes with a sound like whispering. It is a place that feels watched, and those who stand at its edge say there is something uncanny about it. Stillness that feels too complete, silence that carries weight, almost as if time has stopped. When scientists began DNA analysis of the bones in 2019, they expected a local origin, Indian ancestry, Himalayan markers. Instead, they found something unexpected. A portion of the remains, dated to about 1800 CE, belonged not to locals, but to individuals of Mediterranean descent. Not traders, not soldiers. These people appeared to be from the Eastern Mediterranean, possibly Greece or Crete. Their diet, their skeletal structure, and their mitochondrial DNA all pointed west. But how did they get here? No written records mention a group of Mediterranean travelers lost in the Indian Himalayas in the 19th century. No trade routes exist that would explain their presence. And yet, they died here, at Roopkund, just like the others. Some wore European-style clothing. Others carried items that were never manufactured in India. And still, the same marks. Blunt trauma, cold exposure, hail. All the deaths at Roopkund, whether in the 800s or the 1800s, share three common threads. They died in groups. They died suddenly. And they left no trace of their journey. No written logs, no recorded prayers, no altars or monuments, only bones. In that silence, theories have rushed to fill the void. Some suggest Roopkund is a kind of magnetic point, a place where geography and atmospheric conditions create sudden microbursts of hail and wind. A freak of nature, but a consistent one. Others whisper older ideas, that the lake is cursed, that the goddess's wrath, once imagined in song, is real. A sacred boundary not meant to be crossed. A place that remembers every trespass and punishes each in kind. Still others look to the idea of convergence. That Roopkund sits on a line of ancient pilgrimage routes from multiple regions. A kind of spiritual crossroads where different groups, unaware of each other, ended their journeys in the same place. That death here is not coincidence, but pattern. And yet, there is something almost theatrical about it. hundreds of skeletons, all preserved. Some laid neatly beside each other, others collapsed mid-step. One body was found with its face tilted upward, arms raised as if to shield against something falling. The skull behind it shattered, another still gripping the remains of a walking stick, and others curled into fetal positions as if trying to sleep through what came. The lake itself is shallow, no more than 6 feet deep at its center. But in that small bowl of ice and stone, time has folded over itself. 9th century villagers, 19th century travelers, all caught in the same freeze frame. Some believe Roopkund is a natural mausoleum, not by intention, but by design. Its altitude prevents bacteria from thriving. Its cold preserves tissue. The glacial basin acts as a vault, sealing the dead in their moment of passing. Unlike burial grounds, where time disintegrates memory, Roopkund holds it still. And perhaps that's what makes it so haunting. Not that people died here, but that they did so, again and again, unconnected by time, bound only by fate. In 2021, climbers found a woven sandal, perfectly preserved in ice. Next to it, a femur that showed signs of fresh weathering. Not from the 9th century, not from the 1800s, but recent. Roopkund may still be claiming lives. No official records exist to confirm this, but local guides speak quietly of missing persons, of trekkers who ventured too close, too late in the season, of snow that covers tracks within minutes, of whispers heard when no one else is near. Even today, Roopkund is difficult to reach. The path is long, steep, and treacherous. Only during a narrow summer window can it be accessed without full alpine gear. And yet, people come, drawn by the mystery, the legend, the bones. The lake has many names now: Skeleton Lake, the Frozen Tomb, the Pool of Ghosts. But its real name, Roopkund, has a softer meaning: the beautiful lake. There is something unsettling in that, perhaps because the beauty is real. The water, when not frozen, reflects the sky in perfect stillness. The ridges glow gold at dawn. Snowflakes gather on the bones like lace. A place of horror, and yet a kind of peace. Maybe that is what keeps drawing people back, not in fear, but in reverence. In the end, no single theory explains Roopkund. Not hail, not pilgrimage, not punishment or fate. Perhaps it is all of them, perhaps none. We are left with the evidence: frozen bones, shattered skulls, Mediterranean DNA, and a lake that watches, unchanged, waiting. The snow will fall again, and when it melts, we may find more, or we may find nothing. But either way, Roopkund remembers. Story 4. The Lost Tribes of the Caucasus Mountains. From the still glacial waters of Roopkund, where bones surface in the silence of thaw, we now rise. Not toward warmth or familiarity, but westward into the harsh folds of another ancient frontier, the Caucasus Mountains. A land where the air is thin, the ridges unbroken, and time, it seems, has forgotten to move. This is not the kind of place you pass through. It is a place you disappear into. Situated between the Black Sea and the Caspian, the Caucasus Range has long been a natural wall. Not just between continents, but between histories, between the remembered and the lost, and hidden in its valleys, across its windswept passes and forests of ancient birch, were once tribes that confounded every known map. Groups whose languages bore no relation to their neighbors, whose customs were unfamiliar even to those who lived a few ridgelines away. they appeared without clear origin, and many have now vanished. Vanished, not into legend, but into silence. For centuries, travelers and ethnographers told of peoples in these mountains who defied classification. They spoke tongues no linguist could trace. Some carried stories of descent from ancient Mesopotamia or from exiled biblical lines. Others lived in near isolation, their rituals unchanged for hundreds of years. But what remains today is not clarity, only the faint trace of a question. Who were they? And why? Did they disappear? A harsh wind spills through the Kevsureti Valley, a corridor of stone and sky where the houses cling to steep inclines like stacked bones. At its center stands a fortress, barely distinguishable from the cliffs behind it. An 18th century structure, the locals say. But older stones lie beneath, and older stories. A French anthropologist, Guillaume de Bay, once ventured here in the late 1800s, recording tribes dressed in chainmail and wielding swords long since vanished from Western use. He found blood feuds that echoed medieval codes and towers where the dead were honored not with prayer, but with silence and salt. Yet when Soviet ethnographers returned only decades later, many of these customs were gone. So were the people who kept them. A record from 1932 lists the Sanars as a distinct ethnic group. But today, they exist only in footnotes. No census in Georgia, Russia, or Armenia lists them now. Just one name: evaporated. In the village of Karakorum, the highest inhabited settlement in Europe, perched above the Dagestani cloud line, lies a fading mural. Painted in ochre and indigo, it depicts a procession, figures in horned headdresses, carrying urns through a gorge. No written explanation accompanies the image, but local elders say it refers to a festival long forgotten, one that was observed when the stars aligned in a rare pattern every 60 years. The last alignment passed in 2007. No festival took place, but something else did. An avalanche swept through the lower pass that same week, revealing a buried shelter beneath the scree. Inside, archaeologists uncovered textiles not matching any known local pattern, and a skeleton with cranial proportions rarely seen outside the Levant. The DNA has never been publicly sequenced. In the 1920s, a linguist named Nikolai Marr catalogued over a dozen Caucasian languages that he claimed bore links to Sumerian root structures, a claim dismissed by mainstream scholars. But Marr insisted that the patterns were too aligned to be coincidence. He suggested that the Caucasus may have been a corridor, or a vault, for refugees of the Mesopotamian collapse. His final notes, drafted just before his mysterious death in 1934, ended with a single line: "The children of Enki sleep in the stone." His meaning remains unclear. Somewhere in the dense forests of Abkhazia, there are whispers of a vanished community known as the Tsara. The name is absent from modern atlases, but early 20th century travelers described them as a short, secretive people who carved spiral symbols into the bark of trees, symbols that matched, almost exactly, those later found in pre-Hittite ruins over 700 miles away. Their huts were round, their burial sites shallow and adorned with stacked river stones. Their songs were never written down. The last recorded sighting of a Tsara village came from a 1928 Polish expedition. The group reported being watched by figures that disappeared into the fog. When they returned in spring, the village was empty. Fires still warm, livestock still tethered, but not a single soul remained. Deep within the Ossetian highlands, a shepherd once led a team of geographers to a limestone cave, known only by oral tradition. Inside, they found carvings, not of saints or warriors, but of diagrams, complex grids, crescent spirals, and star maps etched with a kind of precision that did not match the tools of the region. One symbol stood out, an eye enclosed in a double triangle surrounded by 7 dots. An identical symbol appears on a ceramic disc found near Ur in southern Iraq, dated to 2100 BCE. No link has ever been confirmed. And then there is the matter of the Ubik. Once a coastal people near Sochi, the Ubik were driven into the mountains by Russian expansion in the 19th century. Their language, a linguistic outlier with over 80 consonants and no written script, was considered untranslatable by many. By the time linguists began to seriously record it, it was already vanishing. The last known speaker of fluent Ubik, Tevfik Esenk, died in 1992. With him, an entire worldview disappeared. But one tape remains. An interview recorded on a rainy afternoon in Istanbul. In it, Esenk recites a folk tale passed down by his grandfather. The story tells of a people who once lived above the clouds in towers made of bone-white stone, where each sunrise was greeted with silence. When asked what became of them, Esenk replied, "They returned to the river that carried them here." He would say no more. At the edge of Lake Sevan in Armenia, divers exploring a submerged promontory discovered standing stones beneath the surface. The arrangement resembled a solar calendar, though no dating has yet been confirmed. Nearby, a bronze mirror was retrieved from the silt, inscribed with unfamiliar runes. Scholars debated its origin, with some claiming it to be Scythian, others Persian. But none could explain the inscription's peculiar format, written in concentric rings with no clear starting point. It read, roughly translated, "We see what the mountain hides. We follow the ones who came before." No similar phrase has been found in any neighboring culture. A quiet theory emerged in the 1970s, one quickly silenced by the academic mainstream. It proposed that the Caucasus had served not just as a crossroads, but as a sanctuary, a place where remnants of older civilizations withdrew, hidden from the empires that rose and fell around them, a refuge for the remnants. But if that's true, where did they go? Why do the records, official or otherwise, grow so quiet after the early 20th century? Some blame Soviet homogenization, the redrawing of borders, suppression of minority languages, the forced relocation of whole communities. Cultures erased not by time or tragedy, but by policy. Others suggest the terrain itself played a role. That isolation became erasure, and in the age of maps and censuses, what wasn't counted ceased to exist. But there are stranger theories. In a declassified Soviet report dated 1956, a military helicopter flying over the Tusheti region reported seeing fires in a gorge not marked on any map. When ground teams arrived 3 days later, they found only stone circles and a still warm hearth. No footprints, no paths in or out. The report was archived and never followed up. And in 1989, a mountaineer documented a voice in the snow, a song carried by the wind near the Georgian-Russian border. The voice did not match any known dialect. His recording, muffled by static, was later studied by a phonologist who claimed the tonal structure bore resemblance to ancient Hurrian chants. But Hurrian has been extinct for over 3,000 years. On the slope of Mount Elbrus, a journal was found buried beneath a cairn. The leather was cracked, the ink smudged, but much of the writing was intact. It belonged to a Swiss traveller named Rolf Hegner, who disappeared in 1937. In it, he describes a night spent in a high pass, where he encountered a woman dressed in layers of stitched bark and silver thread. She spoke a language he could not understand, but she drew on the ground a symbol he recognized instantly: the 8-pointed star of Inanna, Sumerian goddess of love and war. When he reached the nearest town to ask about her, he was met with silence. No such woman, they said, had ever lived in the mountains. His final entry reads, "She was not of this time." And yet she waited, as though remembering something I had forgotten. What becomes of cultures that vanish not through conquest, but through quiet erosion? What remains when a language is no longer spoken, when its last speaker forgets the words? Sometimes it is only a fragment, a carving in a cave, a voice on tape, a mural whose meaning has long faded. But other times, the echo is deeper. In 2011, a child in Nalchik drew a symbol in the dust on her windowsill, unprompted. Her grandmother recognized it, not from any book, but from a stone that once sat beside her village well, a stone long since broken, a spiral split into 3 arms. That same symbol appears on ceramics from the ancient city of Murray, and on a dolmen in western Georgia. 3 arms, 3 directions, 1 center. It is the mark of return. There is no single answer to what happened to the lost tribes of the Caucasus. Theories abound, some grounded, some spiraling into myth. But the truth, as always, lies somewhere in the space between them. Perhaps they were never meant to be found. Perhaps they simply moved on. Or perhaps they're still there, waiting in the folds of stone and fog. Not gone, just unseen, just listening. And when the stars align again, perhaps they'll step forward once more. Or perhaps they never left at all. Just like Roopkund's lake remembers its dead, the Caucasus remembers it's vanished, not with bones, but with silence. And in that silence, something ancient still breathes. Story 5. The Karakorum Temple and the Smiling Idol. From the Caucasus peaks where forgotten tribes once whispered their last prayers to vanished gods, we now drift eastward, over ridgelines older than memory, past ancient roads no longer charted, until we arrive at the roof of the world, the Karakorum. Here, in this vast frontier between Pakistan and China, the mountains rise not in hills, but in cathedrals, impossible spires of black rock, ice, and sky. The peaks bear names that echo like oaths: Gasherbrum, Broad Peak, K2. It's a land of avalanches and altitude, of silence and reverence. And somewhere amid its 1,000 forgotten valleys is a shrine almost no one remembers. A temple built at a height no temple should stand. A place carved into the mountain's bones, and at its heart, an idol that doesn't stay still. This is the story of the Karakorum Temple, and the smiling god who never blinks. The first time it was spoken of, at least in any modern archive, was in the winter of 1929. A British expedition led by linguist and mountaineer Captain Charles D. Harraway crossed into the Karakorum with little more than a few donkeys, leather-bound notebooks, and ambition. They were chasing rumors. Whispers passed from trader to trader of a temple above the tree line where no human settlements exist. A monastery that appeared on no map. One so ancient that even the region's Buddhists, Muslims, and animists denied knowledge of it. The team was made up of 6 men, scholars primarily, 2 linguists, a geologist, a map maker, and a former royal engineer named Isaac Merrill. Their goal was simple: document, photograph, and verify. But they never returned. Only fragments of their journals would resurface decades later, pulled from an ice-crested crevice by accident. The rest of the expedition? Gone. All that's left is the smile. The first beat of the mystery begins not with stone, but with paper. A half-rotted journal discovered in 1967 by two Italian climbers attempting a new route up Biarcati Peak. One slipped during a ridge traverse and landed in a shallow ravine. There, under a crust of snow and shale, was a box wedged between rocks, wrapped in oiled cloth and bound with thin copper wire. Inside were pages, yellowed, brittle, but intact enough to read, written in precise, looping English script. Signed, C.D. Haraway, January 5th, 1929. And above it, scribbled in the margin in fainter ink, Day 19, the idol smiled again. The temple is first described in detail 3 entries later. Haraway writes of a steep climb up what he calls a wind-chiseled gorge, where the sky is bluer than glass and sharp as razors. They had passed above any known settlements 2 days earlier. There were no goats, no yaks, no prayer flags or wayfinding cairns. Then, after a sheer scramble over boulders and frost, they found it. A circular terrace carved into the face of a cliff, surrounded by standing stones. 16 of them, smooth, tall, and unmarked. Each one tilted slightly inward, like silent judges around a courtroom. The air, Haraway writes, was thin and too quiet. And at the center of it all, the temple, if you can call it that. The structure was not a building in the usual sense. No roof, no mortar, just an oval of sculpted rock, as if the mountain had grown a chamber for something sacred. At its heart stood a single statue, 5 feet tall, polished black, featureless save for one expression, a smile, wide, unnerving, and, according to Haraway's notes, impossible. He claimed it changed, not like a trick of light, but truly changed. He wrote, "We approached the shrine midday. The idol was serene, seraphic. I returned after photographing the cliff face. In 15 minutes, the smile had widened." Another member, Isaac Merrill, reportedly confirmed this. His own journal, recovered in fragments from the same box, noted, "It's no trick of shadow." Haraway is right. The mouth is different. Either that or I've lost my senses. One photo was included in the box, faded and scratched. It showed the idol head-on, sharp angles, smooth stone, lips curved, not grotesquely, but deliberately, and once seen, hard to forget. The following entry, dated January 7th, is written with more urgency. They had camped beside the terrace overnight. Winds were rising. Visibility was low. Haraway describes waking in the night to a noise, a hum not of wind or beast, but of breath held long and loosed slow. He emerged from the tent to check the statue again. The smile was gone, replaced by a blankness. The mouth closed, the face smooth as before. Haraway stared for 10 minutes. Merrill joined him, then the others. None could agree on what they were seeing. One thought the eyes were open now. Another swore they'd always been closed. The uncertainty itself seemed to take on weight. By morning, one of the men, Algernon Ridgely, the mapmaker, refused to approach the shrine. He claimed he'd heard the statue speak. Just once. A single word. He wouldn't repeat it. Instead, he packed his gear and insisted they leave. Haraway convinced him to stay, just one more day. That was the last entry before the handwriting changes. The next page is penned by Merrill. The tone is different, harsher, less academic. "Charles is gone," it begins. "He left the tent before sunrise. We found his boots, but no tracks." This was on January 8th. The page is stained in the corner with what looks like rust or dried blood. Merrill writes that they searched the cliffs and terrace, but found nothing. No body, no slip, no sign of animal attack. Just the idol. Smiling again. By the next entry, another member, Felix Darmond, one of the linguists, had begun writing the same word over and over in his notebook. A word that no one else could understand. It looked Sanskrit, but wasn't. It wasn't Tibetan. It wasn't Urdu. It wasn't anything. Merrill says Darmond wrote it 73 times, then stopped speaking entirely. 2 days later, the journal ends abruptly. The final line, scribbled, panicked, reads, "The smile isn't waiting anymore." Then nothing. The remaining pages are blank. There's no record of what happened next, no recovery, no known rescue. Only a single piece of rope, frayed at one end, found snagged on a narrow ledge a quarter-mile below the temple site. Discovered during a 1981 Soviet geological survey. They didn't know its origin at the time. Not until the journal fragments were matched to Haraway's expedition in 1992. The smiling idol has never been officially documented since. But some believe they've seen it. A group of Pakistani climbers in 2004 reported spotting a dark stone formation while descending an unmapped ridge near the Baltoro Glacier. One said it looked like a man sitting in silence. Another, more cryptically, said, "I've never felt more seen." They refused to return, even when offered sponsorship by a Western documentary crew. Theories abound, as they always do. Some claim the idol is an example of pareidolia, the brain's tendency to see faces where none exist. They argue the smile doesn't change, only our minds do, shaped by isolation and oxygen deprivation. Others point to lost Buddhist or Bon practices, rituals that included sacred sculptures carved from meteoric stone. According to one fringe researcher, the idol may be hewn from tektite, a type of natural glass formed by cosmic impacts. Under certain temperatures, tektite surfaces can subtly shift texture, but that wouldn't explain the photographs, or the missing men, or the fact that the final entry seems to know it's being read. The smile isn't waiting anymore. Some believe the idol predates humanity, that it is not a god, but a gate, an interface, a lens, something meant to see through, not out, but in. A few esoteric manuscripts, notably the Apocryphon of Semyon, translated in fragments in the 17th century, describe beings of form without movement that dwell in the hollows of Earth's roof. They are said to communicate not with language, but expression. One passage reads, "To the silent one who alters its visage, speak not, for the voice it returns will not be yours." Could the idol be one of these? A sentinel, perhaps, or something worse. There are other stories of climbers who vanish, of whispered laughter during snowstorms, of figures seen perched on high ridges, unmoving, smiling. The Karakorum Range is among the least explored mountain systems on Earth. Its valleys are laced with myths, and its peaks remain unclimbed. The Chinese and Pakistani military patrol much of the region now. Few civilians are allowed beyond certain coordinates, but satellite images, grainy and vague, have shown what appear to be geometric shadows carved into cliffs where no erosion should reach. Circles, pillars, even terraces. Theories flourish in the absence of certainty. Some believe the shrine is not the only one, that there are others spaced at intervals along the greater arc of the Himalayas. Smiling idols, watching, some aligned with ancient trade routes, others buried beneath landslides or hidden by the slow crawl of glaciers. Why? No one knows. But there are hints, always hints. In the mid-1990s, a retired Indian Air Force pilot described seeing an amphitheater of stone while flying reconnaissance during the Siachen conflict. He sketched it later from memory. It matched Haraway's notes almost perfectly. He said nothing for years. Only after seeing the journal extracts published in an obscure mountaineering journal did he come forward. His last words on the matter were simple. "I don't think it was smiling at us. I think it was smiling for something else." So what then? Is the Karakorum temple an illusion? A forgotten outpost of an unknown faith? Or something that waits above the world for reasons older than humanity itself? We may never know. The idol hasn't been photographed again. The weather in those mountains changes too quickly. The winds howl too loud, and the stone always remembers. But some believe the expedition wasn't lost, only changed. That the men found what they were looking for, and when they saw it smile, they smiled back. Even now, if you climb high enough and wait in the stillness between storms, you may feel it too, not in your eyes, but behind them. That subtle sense that something sees you, not with hatred, not with love, but with recognition, as if for just a moment you wore the right face. And the idol approved. The Karakorum doesn't give up its dead, nor its truths, just echoes, just snow, just that shape in the rock, that smile in the stone. That isn't quite the same as it was yesterday, and won't be the same tomorrow. Story 6. The Peru ice mummies that shouldn't exist. From a shape in the stone, high in the Karakorum, we now descend, only to rise again. Not in spirit, but in altitude. Because not all mysteries lie buried in jungles or drowned beneath the sea. Some are left in the open, offered plainly to the sky, frozen in time by wind, ice, and silence. In the Andean heights of Peru, where the air thins and every breath feels like glass, the dead sometimes speak, and what they say should not be possible. Let's explore the haunting mystery of the Peru ice mummies that shouldn't exist. The clouds roll fast over the Andes. They cut low and sudden, dragging shadows across knife-edged ridgelines where the color drains from the world, and even the sun feels too distant to help. At 20,000 feet above sea level, the wind carries nothing but silence. No birds, no trees, no shelter, just ice and memory. This is where they were found. Children, frozen in time, their skin intact, their hair still braided, their faces still soft with sleep. They did not die in battle. They were not buried by accident. They were chosen, and they were left, deliberately, at the edge of the sky. It began with a thunderstorm. In 1995, a team of climbers ascending the dormant volcano of Mount Ampato in southern Peru were forced to abandon their climb as a sudden storm swept the ridgeline. Lightning struck not far from their camp, splintering a high bluff of ice that had long been fused to the mountain. As the clouds broke and the sun returned, one of the climbers noticed something in the rockfall, something small and human. She was sitting upright, wrapped in fine woven cloth, knees drawn to her chest, a shawl over her shoulders. Her skin was sunken but intact, her eyes gently closed. She looked asleep, peaceful, almost warm. Her skin was brown, unblemished by the cold, her lips pressed softly together. The mountaineers radioed down to Arequipa. What they had found was no ordinary burial. The archaeologists who arrived would come to call her Juanita, the Ice Maiden. But her real name, if she ever had one, is long forgotten. And she was not alone. Within a few years, over a dozen other frozen children would be discovered atop volcanoes across the Andean chain: Sara Sara, Pichu Pichu, Lulailako. Each one left high above the clouds, each one perfectly preserved, none of them more than 15 years old. The child sacrifices of the Inca, known as Capacocha. And yet, the mysteries they carried weren't just cultural, they were biological, anatomical, logistical, because there is no path up these mountains, no trees to burn for warmth, no water to drink, and for anyone to survive up here, even briefly, requires equipment we didn't invent until the modern age. So how were these children taken so high? And why do their remains suggest a journey no one should have been able to endure? The story begins not with bones or ruins, but with a thread, a braid of black hair, still glossy, still oiled, wrapped around the shoulder of a boy found on the summit of Mount Lulailako. When researchers gently unfurled the cloth around his body, they expected dust, decay, absence, but instead they found perfection. Flesh still taut, eyes closed in peace, blood vessels visible beneath the skin, lice still clinging to individual hairs. The cold had not taken him apart. It had held him together, almost as if it had never let go. His name became El Niño. He was perhaps 7 or 8 years old. Near him were 2 girls, older but similarly preserved, all 3 arranged with intention, seated, clothed, accompanied by small items, shells, woven dolls, miniature pottery, feathered ornaments. These weren't haphazard burials, they were ceremonies. Capacocha, in Inca belief, was a sacred rite of offering to the gods, especially Inti, the sun deity. Children were chosen for their beauty, their purity. Sometimes they were the children of nobles. Other times, they were peasant children brought to Cusco and kept in ritual isolation. Their purpose was to serve in death, and death was not always immediate. Chemical analysis of the hair of the Lulailako children revealed something astonishing. Their final year of life was marked by radical changes in diet and substances. Before their deaths, their nutrition improved dramatically. From basic subsistence foods like quinoa and potatoes, their diet shifted to elite fare, maize, dried meats, and rich proteins normally reserved for Inca royalty. More chilling still was the presence of coca and alcohol. Specifically, coca leaves chewed for ritual purposes, and chicha, a fermented maize beer. Both were administered regularly, especially in the weeks leading up to death. But the coca levels were not recreational. They were intense, enough to numb pain, to sedate, perhaps even to induce hallucinations. Were they drugged for the climb, or to accept their fate? And yet, that fate was not always violent. There are no signs of trauma on the children, no broken bones, no blunt force injuries. Some show signs of respiratory fluid in the lungs, suggesting they froze to death slowly as they fell asleep in the cold. A final sleep. But how does one walk a child up to 22,000 feet? No oxygen, no ropes, no tents, no winter coats. The air pressure alone causes headaches and nausea in modern climbers. The freezing winds can crack skin open in minutes, and yet these children were carried, lifted up mountains, not once, but dozens of times across the empire, on peaks so steep that even llamas cannot go. This is where the explanations begin to fail, because for all we know of Inca engineering, their roads, their stonework, their irrigation, We have no clear record of how they reached these summits. There are no steps carved into the rock, no rope systems, no climbing infrastructure of any kind. Yet someone did it, and they did it more than once. One site, on the volcano of Sarasara, revealed a sacrificial platform so remote that modern archaeologists had to be airlifted by helicopter to reach it. There, they found the remains of a child wrapped in camelid wool, her fingers still curled beneath her chin. She had been sitting for centuries as the storms circled around her, waiting, perhaps for the gods, or perhaps for us. Even her sandals were intact. It's here that the visual details become surreal, because these aren't ancient corpses in the typical sense. They are people. They still look like people. Their skin has not rotted. Their hair hasn't turned to dust. In some cases, their fingerprints remain, and most hauntingly, so do their expressions. One of the girls from Lulailako, known as La Doncella, the maiden, shows no sign of pain. Her head is tilted slightly, her lips parted, her cheeks flushed with life. Her long dark hair cascades over her shoulders like she just laid down to rest. There's nothing in her face to suggest fear, only surrender. But surrender to what? And why? What could possibly justify the taking of a child, feeding her, adorning her, comforting her, only to place her in the deathly cold and walk away? Was it purely religion? Or was there something more? One theory suggests that these children were intermediaries, messengers to the gods. Their deaths were not seen as losses, but transformations. To the Inca, death was not an end, but a continuation, an elevation of status. The mountains were apus, sacred spirits. To die atop one was not a punishment, but an offering. And children, untainted by life's burdens, were the purest vessels. But there's another idea, that these rituals weren't just spiritual, they were political. A message from the empire, a demonstration of power. Because to coordinate a Capacocha sacrifice required logistics, coordination, and immense control. A child might be taken from her home village hundreds of miles from Cusco. She would be brought to the capital, trained in ritual life, then escorted by imperial officials to the chosen mountain, often far from where she was born. In doing so, the Inca state was stamping its authority onto the landscape itself. Every peak became a marker, every sacrifice, a signal. This is ours. This is watched. This is sacred. And yet, it still doesn't explain how. How did they breathe? How did they carry tools? Why do some of the burial items contain coastal shells, suggesting they were brought from the ocean, hundreds of miles away? Why do some of the hair samples contain isotopes of marine fish, suggesting they were fed sea life just weeks before their deaths, despite being buried on volcanic rock nearly 4 miles above sea level? And how, after 500 years in the open, do their bodies remain untouched? No scavengers, no collapse, no decay. The answer, it seems, is the cold. But even the cold has limits. At those altitudes, ice sublimates, wind-stripped skin, UV radiation from the unfiltered sun can bleach bone. Yet the children sit and sleep and endure. The Lulailako mummies are considered the best preserved human remains ever found, not just in the Andes, but anywhere. Their organs remain intact. Their stomachs still hold their final meals. Their veins still contain residues of their last breath. A team of scientists in the early 2000s performed CT scans on the mummies. What they found chilled even seasoned researchers. One girl's lungs had collapsed in the cold, folding in like a paper fan. Her heart had slowed until it stopped. But there was no fear response, no struggle, just a gradual descent into sleep. Her body had gone willingly, which begs the final question. Did she, or was she made to? The Inca believed in willing sacrifice, but willingness, especially in children, can be shaped through drugs, through isolation, through reverence. If a child grows up believing that her greatest purpose is to die for the gods, perhaps she accepts it, or perhaps she simply obeys. The ethical questions haunt even the most detached researchers. Were these children mourned, or were they celebrated? Did their parents watch them climb that final path, or were they forbidden? Did anyone turn back? One mummy, discovered near Volcan Misty, carried a bundle of small feathers and llama figurines alongside a tightly woven cord. Some think it was a toy. Others think it was a tether, used to carry her up. Her face, unlike the others, was not peaceful. Her mouth was slightly open, her hands clenched. Did she struggle? Or was the wind simply cruel that night? We don't know. We may never know. Because Capacocha is a ritual without witness. Only the children saw what happened in those final moments, and they do not speak. Their mouths are closed, but their eyes, when not sealed by frost, seem to look past us, not through us, but beyond, as if watching something else, perhaps the stars, perhaps the God they were given to, perhaps the future, and perhaps they were right to, because centuries later, we have returned, not to conquer, not to worship, but to ask, to wonder, to kneel as the wind howls overhead, and the clouds close in once more. The Peru ice mummies remain, untouched, unspoiled, preserved by cold, by belief, by mystery. They should not exist, but they do. And in doing so, they ask the most ancient question of all. What are we willing to climb to reach the divine? And what are we willing to leave behind? The wind has no answer, only snow, only silence, only the long breath of the mountain, waiting. Story 7. The Frozen Pilgrimage, Mount Kailash's Silent Side. The wind has no answer, only snow, only silence, only the long breath of the mountain, waiting. But not all mountains welcome the footsteps of the faithful. Some are not meant to be climbed. High in the Tibetan plateau, beyond the reach of roads and rail, beyond where the clouds thin and the air bites, there rises a peak so sacred that its summit has never known human touch. Mount Kailash, a perfect pyramid of black rock capped in white, lonely, symmetrical, and untouched. Not because it is impossible, but because it is forbidden. For over 1,000 years, pilgrims from across Asia have traveled here to walk in circles around its base. 4 religions, Buddhism, Hinduism, Jainism, and Bon, revere it as the center of the universe, the axis mundi, the point where heaven and earth meet. But no one climbs it, not fully, not even now, not even with modern gear, helicopters, or satellite support. The reasons are many: practical, spiritual, even deadly. Those who tried have turned back. Some fell ill without warning, some vanished, and some simply never returned. It begins with a journey, the frozen pilgrimage, a path that does not ascend, but encircles, the Kora. From the first step on the dusty trail, the mountain is never far. It looms above like a watchful presence, not looming in menace, but in stillness. At sunrise, its shadow stretches miles across the plateau. By noon, the snow line gleams like a crown, and by twilight, it turns gold, then violet, then black, a silhouette against the cosmos. Pilgrims walk clockwise, 52 kilometers in total. Some do it in a day. Some take weeks, prostrating themselves at every step, their foreheads pressed into the frozen earth. They carry no map, only prayer wheels, wool robes, a few dried apricots. Their journey is not to reach the top, but to empty the self. There is an atmosphere here that cannot be explained. Hikers speak of hearing bells in the wind, or chants when no one is near. A hum beneath the silence. Animals refuse to graze at the base. Ravens gather but do not call. Cameras malfunction. Compasses behave strangely. GPS devices show loops where no loops were walked. And always, the summit remains untouched. It isn't just a mountain. It's something else. Something watching. The earliest known records of Kailash appear in Sanskrit epics written over 2,000 years ago, in the Ramayana, the Mahabharata, and the Puranas. Here, Kailash is the dwelling of Shiva, the destroyer, who sits in eternal meditation. Around him, ascetics, spirits, and serpents move in trance-like stillness. The mountain is described as shining like crystal, with 4 faces of gold, ruby, lapis, and crystal, oriented perfectly toward the 4 cardinal directions. Out of its base flow 4 rivers, the Indus, the Sutlej, the Brahmaputra, and the Karnali, which feed much of Asia. No other peak has such symbolic geography. It is, in every sense, a cosmic axis, a model for Mount Meru, the center of the world in Hindu and Buddhist cosmology. But sacred doesn't mean safe. In 1926, British explorer Hugh Rutledge studied Kailash from afar. He noted how its perfect symmetry and isolation made it a unique candidate for climbing. But he never attempted it, not because of weather or terrain, but because of what he called a feeling of unreadiness, as if the mountain would not permit it. Then came Colonel R.C. Wilson, who attempted a partial ascent in 1936. He claimed that local guides refused to go beyond a certain point, not out of fear, but respect. They said strange dreams would follow. That bad weather came not from clouds, but from the mountain's will. Wilson made it to about 6,000 meters before turning back. He reported feeling lightheaded, not from altitude, but from what he called a presence. In 2001, the Chinese government considered allowing a Spanish team to summit Kailash. The plan was to document the climb in a televised expedition. But the international backlash was swift, not just from Tibetans and Indians, but from spiritual communities worldwide. Even the Dalai Lama spoke against it. Within weeks, the permit was withdrawn. Why? Other sacred peaks have been climbed. Why is Kailash different? Some believe it's psychological, a taboo so deeply rooted that it creates self-fulfilling resistance. Others think it's cultural, a pact between people and place, an ancient understanding never to be broken. But then there are those who say the mountain enforces its own rules. In 1999, Russian scholars studying ancient Tibetan texts made a claim that borders on the unbelievable. According to their research, Kailash is not a mountain at all, but a colossal, man-made pyramid, a relic from a pre-human civilization. The texts speak of it as a stairway to the gods, geometrically aligned to stars and magnetic lines. They pointed to satellite imagery showing unnatural symmetry and patterns in surrounding valleys that resemble ancient structures eroded over time. The claim was dismissed by mainstream archaeologists, but the imagery remains. So do the texts. One manuscript refers to Kailash as the ship of the world, an anchor between realms. Another calls it the Eye of the North, a place from which gods descended. and to which they will one day return. And yet, there it stands, motionless, ominous, untouched. One of the most peculiar tales comes not from mystics or monks, but from mountaineers. In 1985, an Italian climber, who never publicly gave his name, claimed to have attempted an illegal ascent. He and a Tibetan guide made camp at high elevation, planning a stealth summit. That night, he said, he dreamed of a large eye opening in the rock face. When he woke, the guide was gone. No signs of struggle, no footprints leading away. Only his gear and a single strand of red cloth tied around a cairn, which hadn't been there before. He descended alone, dehydrated and sun-blind. When he reached base, he told no one what happened until years later, in an anonymous letter to a monastery. It was signed only with a mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. But even in stories like this, there is no sense of violence, no sense of hostility, only refusal. The mountain does not punish, it denies. And somehow, that is worse. From orbit, Kailash is strikingly symmetrical. Its ridges spiral upward like the coils of a shell or a staircase. Some geomancers believe it emits a subtle energy field. Pilgrims speak of feeling both exhausted and elated after completing the Kora. Some say time moves differently here. Watches stop, days pass strangely, sleep comes in flashes. A few researchers have noted that the mountain's geology is unlike any in the surrounding range. It rises sharply from the plateau, without the typical folding or fracturing seen in Himalayan formations. Its rock, a form of striated gneiss, is ancient, yes, but the shape? Too clean, too symmetrical, too perfect. One hypothesis suggests that Kailash is a site of piezoelectric activity, where mechanical stress in the rocks creates electrical charge. This could explain compass malfunctions, strange sensations, and animal behavior. But even this does not explain the silence, the reluctance, the feeling, reported again and again, that something is aware, that the mountain watches and chooses. The Bon religion, native to Tibet before Buddhism, speaks of Kailash as the seat of the sky goddess Sipaimen. Here, rituals were performed to maintain cosmic balance. Offerings left at cairns still line the trail. Butter lamps, turquoise beads, paper prayers printed on saffron cloth. Even the wind seems to know where to carry them. At Dirapuk Monastery, located at the northern face of Kailash, the air is thin and still. Pilgrims rest here overnight, looking up at the sheer north wall, a cliff so flat it reflects moonlight like a blade. It is here that most report strange dreams, visions of staircases, of gates, of halls of light carved into stone. The dreams are not frightening, only unfamiliar. One woman from Nepal said she saw her ancestors kneeling in a frozen garden. Another, from Japan, described a humming chamber beneath the peak, filled with bowls of spinning light. No two dreams are the same, but they all carry the same message. Go no further. This is not for you. At Dolma La Pass, the highest point on the Kora, pilgrims leave behind pieces of their former life. A braid of hair, a tooth, a letter. The pass is named for the goddess Tara, she who ferries souls between lives. Wind tears at the prayer flags here, each one a mantra flung into the void. And then, descent. Not just of altitude, but of something else. A return to the world, to hunger, to fatigue, to breath. And yet, something is changed. Most pilgrims never speak of it, not in words, only in gaze, in the way they touch the stones, in the way they leave. The mountain allows the circuit, the approach, but not the summit, never the summit. And so it remains the last unclimbed great peak on Earth. Not by accident, not by limitation, but by choice. The final scene is this: a lone monk kneeling at twilight, facing the mountain. His hands are still. The sky is amber with dust. Snow whirls in patterns too delicate for wind alone. Behind him, the land stretches flat and empty, a desert of stone and silence. He does not speak. He does not ask, because he already knows. Mount Kailash does not need to be climbed, because it is already above us, in height, in meaning, and perhaps in will. Some mountains offer paths, others offer warnings, and some, a very few, offer only the quiet curve of refusal. A refusal so ancient, so complete, that we cannot help but walk around it, again and again, as if in orbit, as if remembering something long forgotten, as if waiting for permission that will never come. Story 8. The Whispering Tombs of Mount Athos. Not all that whispers comes from wind. Not all that echoes is empty. And not all that is sealed has been silenced. Our last mystery left us circling Mount Kailash, a mountain that refuses to be climbed. A place that demands reverence, not conquest. But while Kailash remains untouched by boots and rope, there are other mountains where silence has been breached. Not by explorers, but by something stranger. Mount Athos. Rising from the Aegean Sea in northern Greece, Athos is not just a mountain. It is a republic, a peninsula, a monastic enclave untouched by time. For over 1,000 years, it has been home to a brotherhood of silence, Eastern Orthodox monks who live in isolation from the world. But within that silence, something speaks. The first whispers came in the cold of winter. A monk named Hieronymus, known for his long fasts and vow of silence, had been assigned to tend the ossuary of a now deserted monastery. A stone chamber half buried in the hillside, the ossuary held the bones of monks long dead. It was said that each skull was labelled, each femur washed and blessed. Death here was not feared, it was catalogued. But that year, as frost crept down the mountain paths and wind howled through cypress trees, Hieronymus heard something beneath the wind. Not a voice exactly, not in the way we speak, but a tone, a timbre, a vibration that seemed to emerge from the stones themselves. At first, he dismissed it as exhaustion, then as temptation. But the sound continued, low, harmonious, and strange, like chanting, but inverted, as though the mountain itself was reciting psalms backward. When he confessed this to the elder monks, they did not laugh. They simply nodded. You hear them too, then. The tombs at Mount Athos are sealed, not just with stone, but with tradition. Some are built into cliff walls, their entrances obscured by vines and age. Others lie beneath churches, marked only by a slab of black marble. No dates, no names, just the cross and the knowledge that the soul has moved on. And yet, for centuries, monks have reported hearing them. Chants beneath the floorboards, harmonies in empty chapels, breath where no man stands. In 1983, a visiting scholar from Thessaloniki, Dr. Andreas Miletus, was granted rare permission to stay on Mount Athos. He was an acoustician, not a theologian. His goal was simple: to study the acoustic properties of the Byzantine architecture. Why do the chapels carry sound so well? Why do certain tones seem to linger? He brought instruments, microphones, tape reels. He brought reason. What he recorded was not reason. The session took place in the lower crypt of the monastery of Simonopetra. Meletus set up 3 microphones, one near the altar, one against the eastern wall, and one suspended into the ossuary through a stone grating. At first, the recordings were silent, then a draft. The sound of shifting stone, the distant knock of something moving through air that should not have moved, and then a tone, clear, sustained, as though a human voice was holding a note longer than breath should allow. The pitch shifted. It became harmonic, then dissonant, then layered, as though more than one voice had joined. Meletus froze. He checked the instruments. No faults. He stood in the chapel, empty. He ran outside, alone. When he played the tape back to the monks, they did not listen. They simply made the sign of the cross. The next morning, the equipment was packed and sent back to Thessaloniki. Meletus was asked to leave. The abbot offered no reason. 3 days later, the tapes were gone, removed from the university archive by order of the church. What did the recordings capture? Some say the monks feared the voice was not divine, but something else. Others say they believed it was divine and feared the world would desecrate it. But the sound remains described by those few who heard it. Not a human voice, and yet resembling one. A resonance that seemed to pass through the walls. Not in air, but in stone. The phenomenon is not unique to one monastery. At Vatapedi, a monk named Eleftherios heard what he called the counter-chant. During Compline prayers, when the monks sang in the candlelit chapel, he began to hear an answering song, soft, inverted, echoing as though from the stone vault above. He climbed to the upper chamber. Empty. He descended to the crypt. Still. But the sound continued. He stopped singing. It did not. Some believe the tombs of Mount Athos act as resonant chambers. Natural acoustic phenomena. The stone, the architecture, the shape of the vaults, all combining to create standing waves. An echo with no source. This theory has weight. Physics does not flinch from the sacred, but others are not so sure. They point to the precision with which the tombs were constructed, the alignment of certain chapels to points of celestial significance, the careful placement of relics. They ask, who tuned these halls? And then there is the oldest account. A codex found in the monastery of Kutlumusiu, dated to the 14th century, speaks of the Singing Martyrs, a group of monks entombed during an Ottoman raid. Their chapel was sealed. No one survived. But weeks later, travelers passing near the ruins heard voices. They swore that hymns rose from beneath the earth, that the mountain mourned its dead. They did not return. Even today, visitors to Mount Athos must pass through layers of silence. Women are not allowed, not by law, but by the ancient Avaton, a restriction unbroken since 1046. The monks do not watch television, do not use phones, do not allow recording devices. Silence is not just practiced here, it is protected. So when something breaks that silence, when sound emerges from sealed tombs, from ossuaries, from the very mountain itself, it is not treated as anomaly. It is treated as presence. What is a whisper? Is it voice reduced or voice remembered? If the tombs of Mount Athos are speaking, whether through harmonic resonance or something stranger, they are doing so to those who listen without needing answers. Perhaps it is memory trapped in stone. Perhaps it is faith echoing through time. Perhaps it is neither. Or perhaps, as one elder monk once told a rare visitor, we do not sing because we expect to be heard. We sing because the walls remember, and sometimes they sing back. Not all that whispers comes from wind, and not all that is silent has finished speaking. Story 9. The Monastery That Moved. Montserrat's Phantom Bell Tower. Not all that is silent has finished speaking, but sometimes what vanishes was never truly there to begin with. The bell tower of Montserrat is not mentioned in modern maps. No stones lie scattered across the cliffs where its silhouette was once drawn. No weathered columns, no fragments of cloistered walkways, no broken arches half swallowed by vines. And yet, for nearly 3 centuries, it appeared in the journals of pilgrims, etched into sketches and woodcuts, even written into official monastic inventories. A structure described with reverence and precision, now missing. No ruins, no collapse, no trail, only memory, and the strange idea that the mountain itself might have taken it back. High above the Catalonian plains, the serrated peaks of Montserrat cut a jagged silhouette into the sky. Formed from ancient conglomerate stone, a composite of quartzite and limestone fused over millions of years, the mountain appears almost artificial in its symmetry. The rock is mottled with rose and grey, worn into bulbous towers and narrow spires. It is a landscape shaped by wind and rain, but also, some say, by something deeper, something that listens. Montserrat has long been a sacred site. Before Christianity took root, Roman temples honoured Venus here, and older whispers hinted Iberian and even pre-Iberian rituals tied to fertility and stone. But by the 9th century, it was a Christian enclave, and by the 11th, a Benedictine monastery rose among the cliffs. The abbey that exists today, Santa Maria de Montserrat, stands as a beacon of Catalan identity, sheltering the revered Black Madonna and drawing thousands of visitors each year. But the monastery of today is not the monastery of the past, and some believe not all of it ever existed. Accounts of the missing bell tower begin in the late 1400s. A Franciscan friar named Tomás d'Escor, passing through Montserrat on pilgrimage to Santiago de Compostela, wrote of a narrow cloister built atop a high promontory, linked to the main abbey by a steep stairway cut into the stone. He described its bell as clear and singular, a tone unlike any other, said to ring without wind or hand. His notes, preserved in the Biblioteca Nacional de España, make no mention of who built it, only that it stood as if grown from the rock itself. A century later, in 1532, a German mapmaker named Johann Büsching published a topographic survey of Iberian monasteries. His copperplate engraving of Montserrat shows the main abbey in recognizable detail: the arches, the towers, the switchback paths climbing from the foothills. But above and slightly to the west, isolated and narrow, he renders a second tower, one not found in any present-day layout. It was a tall, slender structure, octagonal, fluted at the base, with a tapering spire that appeared almost Gothic, though the surrounding architecture was distinctly Romanesque. This rendering would be easy to dismiss as a mistake were it not repeated. Other pilgrims, Italian, Flemish, even an English noblewoman named Margaret Ferris, make similar references over the next 70 years. All describe a tower, a cloister, a bell, and a path so steep it required both rope and prayer to reach. Yet when the first formal survey of Montserrat was conducted by Spanish officials in the late 1700s, no such structure was recorded. By then, nothing remained. No sketches beyond 1620. No physical trace. The site where it once stood, a narrow outcrop called l'Agulla del Silenci, the Needle of Silence, is empty, but not entirely silent. In the spring of 1981, a Catalan hiker named Jordi Lobet recorded an unusual phenomenon while camping along a ledge near the supposed site of the Phantom Tower. Using a standard cassette recorder, he captured faint chimes at dawn, 4 rising tones repeating irregularly, as if carried on a slow wind. Lobet, who was an amateur folklorist, submitted the tape to the Universitat Autònoma de Barcelona, where a professor of acoustics analyzed the frequencies. They were not bird calls, nor wind through stone. The harmonics matched those of bronze bells, though distorted, as if dampened by distance or time. The tape was never published in scientific literature, but it circulated among Catalan scholars and eventually among monks. Some dismissed it, others did not. One elderly monk, interviewed anonymously for a 1986 documentary that was never aired, said something that has lingered in Montserratian folklore. There are stones that were never quarried, yet still remember the hammer. He would say no more. Why would so many accounts from the 15th and 16th centuries describe a structure that left no ruin? How could it vanish so completely? And why would the mountain seem to sing even now? One theory suggests a simple answer: error. Pilgrims misremembered, artists embellished. Bushing's engraving was romanticized. Perhaps the tower was a natural spire mistaken for architecture, a trick of the light, a convergence of rock and reverence. But if so, why the bell? Why the sound? A more speculative theory is geological. Montserrat is riddled with caverns and hollow pockets created by water erosion. Some researchers suggest that wind passing through these chambers could produce harmonic tones, accidental music shaped by stone, a natural bell tower. Yet the tones recorded by Lobet did not match random wind patterns. They were structured, intervals consistent with human tuning. Others propose something stranger, that the tower existed, but not entirely in this world, a sacred echo, a place born of pilgrimage and expectation. That perhaps Montserrat, long steeped in spiritual energy, briefly allowed the physical imprint of collective faith to manifest. In other words, that belief built it. There is an ancient Catalan legend, rarely told outside the region, of a stone carver named Berenguer. According to the tale, he lived in isolation on the cliffs of Montserrat, sculpting devotional figures directly into the rock face. One night, he dreamt of a tower growing from the mountain, formed not by hands, but by voices, a chorus of prayers so focused they turned to stone. When he awoke, the tale says, a new stairway had appeared above his workshop, leading to a place that had not been there the day before. A place where he heard bells in the morning light. Berenguer vanished soon after. His chisel was found embedded in the cliff. Nothing else remained. The legend is dismissed as allegory, but some who have camped near l'Agulla del Silenci say that just before dawn, in the thin hours when the mist gathers low and the rock turns violet in the cold, they feel something above them, a shadow not cast, a shape not seen, and sometimes, very faintly, they hear the sound of bells, not loud, not near, but layered in the air, like the memory of a song sung long ago. In 1994, a team of students from the Universitat de Girona attempted a low-frequency radar scan of the ledge. The goal was to detect any buried foundation stones or anomalous density changes in the rock. The equipment was rudimentary, but the data showed a curious void approximately 4 meters beneath the surface, a hollow, roughly rectangular in shape, consistent with a buried cistern or chamber. Excavation was denied. The Montserrat Abbey, which oversees preservation of the site, declined permission. Their statement cited the fragility of the rock and the need to protect areas of ecological and spiritual value. The site remains untouched. Some believe the void is natural. Others think it is the root of the vanished tower. In 2007, a local artist named Nuria Ponce began a series of paintings based on the Montserrat mythos. One, titled Campana que no cuelga, the bell that does not hang, depicts a stone tower tapering into mist. Its base is transparent, like water. Above it, 7 birds fly in spiral formation, and in the upper corner, a single bell floats in open sky, without rope or beam. When asked what inspired the piece, Ponce replied, "I dreamt I was climbing a stair carved into the air. Each step was a voice. When I reached the top, there was only silence. And then the silence rang." Her work now hangs in a small gallery in Manresa. Visitors describe it as unsettling, yet peaceful. Even in modern tourism materials, the legend is not entirely gone. Some brochures refer to the hidden bell or the invisible cloister, though always with a playful tone. It is not acknowledged in official signage, but local guides, especially the older ones, often pause near La Guia del Silenci, letting silence speak for them. And the silence there is different, not oppressive, not empty, but watchful, like a space that has not been filled because it has not been forgotten. One monk, when asked if the tower ever existed, simply smiled and said, "If you build something with enough faith, it may not need stones." In recent years, as drone photography and 3D mapping have become more prevalent, Montserrat has been scanned and modeled in unprecedented detail. Yet none of these renderings reveal any trace of the bell tower seen in centuries past. It is as if the mountain has healed itself, as if whatever was there, however briefly, left no scar, or perhaps it never needed to. Montserrat remains what it has always been, a place of mystery, devotion, and stone. But for those who listen closely in the violet hours before dawn, standing near the needle of silence with nothing but sky behind them, one question lingers. If memory is strong enough to shape prayer, can prayer be strong enough to shape the world? And if so, who or what decides when that shape should vanish? Story 10. The Lost Monks of Sumela. From the stone silence of Montserrat, where memory and prayer once shaped towers now vanished, we travel eastward along the spine of time. Across the sea, past forgotten kingdoms and enduring rivers, the cliffs rise again. But here, in the high places of northern Turkey, the rock does not reclaim. It watches, and what it guards has never truly left. Carved directly into the sheer face of the Pontic Mountains, the Sumela Monastery appears not so much built as embedded. It clings like a swallow's nest beneath an overhang of living stone, 1,000 feet above the valley floor, shrouded in pine mist and the hush of centuries. Even from a distance, it evokes a feeling both sacred and unnatural. A structure out of reach, as if placed by hands no longer human. Most visitors arrive today by trail. The path winds upward through thick woodland, where the air is cool and resinous, and the only sound is the movement of leaves and one's own breath. It is a quiet ascent. Pilgrims once took it barefoot. Now, even with modern boots, something ancient weighs on the journey. The closer one climbs, the more the monastery seems to recede into myth. According to tradition, Sumela was founded in the 4th century by 2 Athenian monks, Barnabas and Sophronius. They are said to have followed a vision, a dream of the Virgin Mary appearing in a cave in these mountains, where a spring flowed through stone and a blackened icon glowed in the dark. They found it, or something like it, and remained. Others came. Cells were carved. Prayers echoed off rock. Over centuries, the monastery grew. Built, rebuilt, and fortified, it became a sanctuary not only of faith, but of knowledge. Manuscripts copied in candlelight, icons painted layer upon layer, secrets passed in whisper and chant. It served the Byzantine Empire, weathered Seljuk invasions, and later flourished under Ottoman rule, protected by sultans who respected its place as sacred. And then, abruptly, it ended. In the 1920s, all records of the monastery cease. Its monks vanish from the written world. No letters, no inventories, no final testament. The library emptied, the liturgy silenced. It is as if the cliff swallowed them whole. What happened to the last monks of Sumela? And why, in the last decade, have satellite images suggested that parts of the monastery are changing, with subtle shifts in shadow, alignment, even architecture, despite no official renovations being recorded? Our first moment begins not with mystery, but with stone, cold and enduring. From above, the monastery appears like an apparition clinging to the rock face. Terraced rooftops run along the curve of the cliff, their tiles the color of dried blood. Beneath them, arched windows peer out into nothing but mist. The main entrance is through a narrow gate cut into the mountain itself, opening into a courtyard so high and isolated that even wind seems to tread carefully. Inside, the chapel is hewn from the rock. No fresco here is untouched by time. Images of saints blur into damp pigment. The Virgin's face is scratched, eyes rubbed away by centuries of petitioning fingers. Candles no longer burn, but their smoke still seems to linger, faint and resinous. In one corner of the inner sanctum lies a stairway that leads down. Visitors are not permitted beyond the 3rd landing. The descent ends at a locked iron grate. Behind it, darkness, and a narrow passage that turns sharply out of sight. Official records state that these lower chambers are structurally unsound. But archival reports from 1911 mention something else. A visiting scholar from Russia, Father Alexei Vishnevsky, described hearing a constant murmur, like prayer or bees, emanating from beneath the chapel floor. He noted the walls were warm to the touch, despite the mountain cold. His notes end with a single line. The monks say she wakes beneath the cliff. Who or what she refers to remains undocumented. Father Vishnevsky died en route back to Moscow. His letters, preserved in a private collection, were published posthumously in 1933. The next visual beat is a photograph. Taken in 1917, the black and white image shows 6 monks standing in the courtyard of Sumela. Their faces are pale, their beards long, their cassocks stained with ash. Behind them, a cart laden with sealed crates is being wheeled into the shadows of the main hall. A note on the back reads, "Last consignment." No record survives of where the crates were sent. Their contents are unknown. 3 of the monks in the photo have been identified from monastery records. The other 3, never named. No birth, no death, no monastic assignment. As if they came and left outside history. In 1966, Turkish historian Ayla Gula made a rare discovery while restoring church archives in Trabzon. Among a collection of unsorted papers, she found a torn page that appeared to be part of a ledger. Dated March 1923, the entry simply reads, 9 remain. 2 cannot speak. 1 watches. The rest of the page had been burned. What does it mean for 2 not to speak? Were they injured? Silenced? And who was the one that watches? Was it a reference to a superior, or something more metaphorical? Our next moment takes us to the modern day. In 2016, a team of researchers conducting a geological survey of the Pontic Range used ground-penetrating radar to assess structural stability near Sumela. What they found was unexpected. Beneath the monastery, in an area previously assumed to be solid cliff, the scans revealed a large cavity. Oval-shaped, nearly 30 meters long. Smooth walls. No apparent access point. Local authorities dismissed it as a natural cave. But the lead geophysicist, Dr. Serkan Aytekin, later remarked in a conference paper that the cavity's resonance readings were anomalous. When audio sensors were placed along the cliff face, the instruments captured intermittent low-frequency tones. Not mechanical, not seismic. Something else. One waveform repeated every 72 seconds. Slight variation, like breath. Our next visual moment is quiet. A satellite image taken in winter. Snow blankets the Pontic Mountains. The Sumela monastery stands dark against the white, its outline sharp. But something is different. In images from 5 years prior, the structure's southern chapel had a flat roof. Now, in the snow, the roof appears domed, a curve where none was. No permit records exist for renovations. No scaffolding was observed. And when surveyed on foot the following summer, the roof had returned to its previous shape. A temporary illusion? Or did something shift and shift back? We return now to the forest. Near the trail to the monastery, there is a cluster of stone markers half hidden beneath moss and undergrowth. Unmarked, unaligned. Not graves, but perhaps memorials. A local guide refers to them as the silent stones. No one remembers when they first appeared. One, near the base of an old cedar, has a peculiar feature, a carved spiral notched with 14 marks. Archaeologists suggest it could be a sun symbol, but each notch is angled slightly toward the cliff. When mapped, they form a descending pattern, as if pointing into the mountain. Further study was halted when the marker fractured unexpectedly. The break was clean, as if sliced. Our next moment comes from oral history. A woman named Elif Demir, now in her 90s, recalls visiting Sumela as a girl in 1935. Her father, a forestry worker, took her to the site to deliver supplies to a restoration team. She remembers the men would not enter after dusk, but one night they did not return to their camp. We waited until dawn, she says. Then we saw their lanterns, in the wrong place, inside the cliff, not in the rooms, lower, deeper. When asked what happened next, she goes silent. Then she says, only the light came back. No documentation of a restoration effort from that year survives. Our next beat centers on a fresco fragment. Discovered in a storage room in Istanbul in 1984, the fragment was initially misattributed to a Cappadocian monastery. Later analysis confirmed pigments unique to Sumela. The image depicts the traditional Dormition of the Theotokos, the Virgin Mary on her deathbed, surrounded by apostles. But one detail differs. Behind Mary stands a cloaked figure with no face, not erased, not faded, simply blank. Infrared analysis shows no underlying sketch, no intention of ever adding features. In Orthodox iconography, all figures are named, even devils. But this one is not. Its hands are clasped, not in prayer, but folded as if waiting. The folds of its robe do not align with gravity. They curve upward. Back at Sumela, the room where the icon fragment was painted is sealed. Its door was bricked up sometime before 1930. The bricks are newer than the rest of the structure, but blackened, as if scorched from within. We now shift to the digital age. In 2020, a German archaeology student named Lucas Brendel used LiDAR scans to model a 3D reconstruction of Sumela from drone footage. While reviewing the mesh data, he noticed inconsistencies. Sections of the monastery rendered differently when scanned at night. Specifically, a niche on the eastern wall, empty by day, showed depth and shadow by night, as if something occupied it temporarily. Brendel assumed a software error, but when he ran the scans again 2 weeks later, the same anomaly appeared, and in the same scan, a thin vertical line, like a seam in the stone, glowed faintly. He published his findings in an online journal. The entry was removed within a month. When contacted for comment, Brendel said only, "It's not an error. It's not the software. Something's there, but only when the mountain sleeps. Our penultimate beat is atmospheric. A storm rolls across the Pontic Range. Thunder cracks over the valley. Rain lashes the high ridges. In this moment, Sumela appears almost alive. Windows flickering with wind-blown lightning, the structure trembling against the mountainside. A tourist video posted online in 2021 captures a strange sequence. At the height of the storm, a portion of the cliff near the monastery appears to breathe, expanding slightly, then contracting. It lasts only seconds, then stillness. Geologists attribute the effect to water saturation and shifting stone, but some believe it was something deeper, something beneath. Our final moment returns us to silence. In 2023, a drone photographer attempting a high-resolution scan of Sumela reported GPS interference and equipment failure near the upper spire. Upon recovering the footage, one frame, and only one, appeared corrupted. It shows the monastery, but in place of the main chapel, an open chamber. Empty, circular, lit from within by no visible source. A single figure stands at its center, facing the wall. The image cannot be replicated. Subsequent flights show the structure unchanged. What then remains at Sumela? Stone, mist, a vanished brotherhood, and a cliff that does not forget. Perhaps the monks did not leave. Perhaps they became part of what they worshipped, folded into the mountain, into chant, into a silence so complete that even time cannot extract them. Or perhaps they are still there, in the chambers no one can reach, listening, waiting, and when the mountain shifts again, we may hear them, not in words, but in the stillness between echoes. The lost monks of Sumela, not lost, only hidden. Story 11. The Disappearance of Theodosia Burr Alston's Caravan. From the vertical silence of a mountain monastery, carved into stone and secrecy, we now move to another kind of disappearance. Not one of monks, but of a woman. Not in Turkey, but in the thick folds of the Appalachian wilderness. This time, the silence is not chosen. It is imposed. And it begins with a name once known throughout the young United States. Theodosia Burr Alston, daughter of Aaron Burr, former vice president, infamously remembered for his fatal duel with Alexander Hamilton. But to many, Theodosia was more than her father's daughter. She was brilliant, poised, politically astute, raised as if she were the heir to a legacy that might reshape the nation. By the time she was 29, she had already lived a life of privilege, tragedy, and promise. Her correspondence revealed a mind sharpened by philosophy, science, and classical literature. And yet, it is not for her intellect nor her lineage that history remembers her, but for the fact that she vanished, disappeared not just from society or from her family or from the public eye. She vanished entirely, and what was once a simple maritime tragedy has unraveled into something far stranger, because not all of her belongings were lost at sea. Some, it is said, were found in a cabin, high in the mountains, hundreds of miles from the ocean, and no one can explain how they got there. The story begins in the closing days of 1812. The nation was at war. Theodosia, mourning the recent death of her only son, was in South Carolina, living in a quiet plantation home near Georgetown. Her health had declined. Her grief was heavy, but she longed for reunion. With her father now living in exile in New York, she wanted desperately to see him again. So arrangements were made. A schooner, the Patriot, would carry her north. It was fast, discreet, and had served in the War of 1812 as a privateer, armed and agile. On December 31st, 1812, Theodosia boarded the Patriot. The sky was overcast. Winds from the Atlantic rolled in cold and steady. Witnesses recall seeing her on deck that morning, dressed not in mourning black, but in white, a symbolic gesture, she later wrote, of her hope for peace. She carried with her a single portrait, one painted of her by Charles B. King, commissioned by her father. It would later become a relic, a ghost of the woman who disappeared with it. The Patriot sailed out past the Barrier Islands and into the open Atlantic. And then, nothing. The ship never arrived. No wreckage washed ashore. No bodies were found. No distress signals were seen or heard. In the weeks and months that followed, rumors bloomed like fungus after rain. Had the ship been taken by pirates? Had it sunk in a storm? Was Theodosia alive, marooned, or captive? Or had something stranger happened? For decades, the consensus leaned toward shipwreck. The Outer Banks of North Carolina were notorious for storms and shifting sandbars. So many ships had gone down there that it was nicknamed the Graveyard of the Atlantic. A winter squall, or a nor'easter, could easily capsize a vessel of Patriot size. But one detail always lingered uncomfortably. No debris, no flotsam, no sign that the ship had ever been destroyed. It was as if the Patriot simply ceased to exist. And then, in 1869, something surfaced. An old man in Texas claimed to have once been a pirate. On his deathbed, he confessed to taking part in the capture of the Patriot decades earlier. He said they seized the ship off Cape Hatteras, murdered its crew, and forced the lone woman aboard to walk the plank. Her name, he said, was Theodosia. He claimed she never begged, never wept. She only asked that her death be quick. The story was sensational. Newspapers seized on it. But there were problems. The man offered no proof, no treasure, no relics, no journal, not even a consistent retelling. It was a confession easy to romanticize, and easier still to dismiss. Then, in the early 20th century, a new wrinkle appeared. A battered, dust-covered painting was found in a coastal home in Nags Head, North Carolina. It was a portrait of a woman in white. Its style matched that of Charles B. King, and those who had studied Theodosia's likeness swore it was her. The woman who owned it claimed her grandfather had found it in an abandoned wreck along the shore, half buried in sand. The details were hazy, But the timing and the location were curious. Nag's Head lay not far from where the Patriot would have passed. Was it possible the ship did crash after all? If so, why did no other items surface? And why had this one singular portrait survived so perfectly? Then, another discovery. This time, not on the coast, but far inland, in the Appalachian Mountains of Tennessee. A trapper navigating a thin ridgeline trail in the winter of 1903 came upon a cabin long fallen into ruin. Its timbers had collapsed inward. The roof was rotted through. Snow had filled its hollow. But inside, scattered across the floor, were objects he couldn't explain. A silk slipper embedded with pearl, a writing desk with ornate brass inlay, and a book, leather-bound and warped from damp, with the name Alston inscribed within. Local historians were contacted. None could trace the items to any known settler. The cabin had no recorded owner, no roads led to it, and no other belongings inside suggested a family or long-term occupant. Only these items, luxurious, out of place, and very old. The desk was eventually traced to a craftsman in Charleston who had only made a handful of such pieces. All were commissioned by wealthy clients. One of them was Joseph Alston, Theodosia's husband. This singular detail transformed what had been maritime speculation into something stranger. If Theodosia had died at sea, how had her possessions ended up in the mountains? Was it possible she never drowned at all? In the decades that followed, new theories emerged, each more speculative than the last. One claimed the Patriot had been taken not by pirates, but by smugglers, intent on looting its cargo and ransoming any passengers. They had sailed it inland, up the rivers that cut through North Carolina, abandoning the ship when pursuit seemed imminent. But the problem with that idea is geography. The waterways narrow. The ship would have to be hauled overland at points, and no one ever found its remains. No trace of the Patriot has ever surfaced. Another theory hinges on survival, that Theodosia, having somehow escaped the fate of her ship, wandered northward in a fugue of grief and trauma. She found shelter in the mountains, or was taken in by a recluse, or even kept against her will. Perhaps the cabin was her prison. Perhaps it was her sanctuary. But this would mean she lived for months, maybe years, in total secrecy. And yet, no gravesite has ever been found. No record of a mysterious woman entering any town or village. No sightings, no trails, only silence. But then there are the stories, old mountain tales. They speak of a white-dressed woman who wandered the woods near what is now the Great Smoky Mountains. She sang to herself, wrote in books no one could read. She never spoke to passers-by, but she carried herself with strange dignity. Some called her the White Widow. Others thought she was mad. One account describes her as kneeling by a stream, tearing pages from a journal and letting them float away. She was last seen, it was said, in the winter of 1816, near a ridge known as Devil's Elbow. No one saw her again. Skeptics argue these tales are nothing more than folklore. The mountains are filled with them. But if so, why do the details mirror Theodosia's own story? Why does the timing align? And why would her belongings end up in a cabin so remote no map recorded it? Some researchers suggest a darker possibility, that the Patriot was intercepted by agents of a foreign power, perhaps the British, still embroiled in the War of 1812. That Theodosia, a prominent political figure and daughter of a controversial man, was taken, interrogated, moved from place to place, and eventually disposed of. Her belongings, they say, were discarded piecemeal, hidden, forgotten. The cabin was never hers. It was a storage site, a grave of memory, not of flesh. Then, there is one last tale, too strange to believe, too consistent to ignore. It comes from a series of letters found in the possession of a traveling merchant in the 1920s. He had no idea what they were, only that he had traded for them in eastern Kentucky from a man who found them tucked into the wall of a crumbling root cellar. The letters were unsigned. They spoke of dreams, of the sea, of loss, of a name the writer couldn't forget: Theodosia. The author claimed to wake each morning with images in his mind he could not explain. A ship swallowed in mist, a woman in white standing at the edge of a riverbank, and a cabin, always a cabin. He described its location precisely, on the high shoulder where the trees lean west above the old stone cairn. Modern hikers who followed the directions found, remarkably, something real: a cairn, and behind it, buried beneath decades of moss and fern. The foundation stones of a structure. The wood had rotted, but the shape remained: square, single-roomed, facing the sunset, and near its center, fragments of glass, a rusted hinge, and a length of blue ribbon tied around the root of a tree that had grown up through the floor. No sign explained who had lived there or died there. The ribbon now resides in a museum in Asheville. It is delicate, silk, hand-dyed. One curator, who studied it under magnification, found a faint initial stitched in one corner. A, no surname, just the single letter. But in 1812, Theodosia was known as Theodosia Alston. Was the ribbon hers? Was the cabin hers? Was the mountain her final home? We may never know. But the story of Theodosia Burr Alston lingers like mist on the Appalachian ridges. A woman who set out across the sea and may have vanished not in the water, but in the woods. A journey interrupted, a caravan unmarked, and a silence that speaks louder than any record. Because sometimes the land remembers what history forgets, and sometimes the ones we lose are closer than we think, watching, waiting, white against the trees, still listening for the waves. Story 12. The Tunguska-Like explosion of the Patomskiy crater. From the mist-veiled forests of the American Appalachians to a shipless sea that refused to give back its dead, some mysteries echo quietly, their silence louder than answers. And as we drift away from the sound of waves and the ghostly tale of Theodosia's vanished caravan, our path bends east, across oceans, over steppes, into the lonely expanse of Siberia. Because not all vanishings take the form of people. Some are explosions, some are craters, some are wounds left on the earth itself, as though something massive struck from above or erupted from below, and then disappeared. In the desolate reaches of Irkutsk Oblast, hidden deep within Russia's eastern wilderness, there lies a formation unlike any other. Locals call it the Fire Eagle's Nest, but scientists know it by another name, the Patomskiy Crater, a 500-foot wide cone of limestone and shattered rock, standing like a fossilized shockwave in the middle of the forest. And the deeper you look, the stranger it becomes. It was the summer of 1949. A geologist named Vadim Kolpakov had been assigned to a remote survey expedition near the Patom Highlands, a region so sparsely inhabited that maps still left large stretches blank. He traveled on horseback with a small team, winding through valleys untouched by modern development, where Evenki elders still recounted stories by firelight, and wolves could be heard at night echoing through the mountains. They weren't expecting to find anything remarkable, but the forest had other plans. On a clear morning, through the canopy of pine and larch, they saw something strange on the horizon. Not a mountain, not a hill, something wrong. As they got closer, the air began to change. Birds grew quiet. The dogs became restless. And then, without warning, the trees opened up and revealed a formation so massive it seemed impossible they'd never heard of it before. A dome-shaped mound rising nearly 150 feet high. Its surface was layered like an ancient amphitheater. Concentric rings of limestone rubble radiating outward from a central peak, where a smaller cone sat like the tip of a bullet frozen in time. It looked like something had exploded from beneath the earth, or struck it from the sky. Either way, it didn't belong. Kolpakov stepped carefully across the rubble, taking note of the strangely uniform shape, the absence of plant life atop the crater, and, most unsettling of all, the way the stone felt underfoot. It was loose, fractured, as though shattered from inside, not by erosion or age, but by violence. But there were no signs of an impact, no meteorite fragments, no burn marks, no blasted debris, just stone. Stone and silence. They took samples, measured angles, recorded their findings, and then they left, leaving the crater behind, not yet realizing that what they had found would become one of the strangest unsolved mysteries in Russian geological history. For decades after Kolpakov's discovery, little attention was paid to the crater outside of regional academic circles. It was too remote, too inconvenient. But in the 1970s, renewed interest in impact events, sparked by ongoing debates over the 1908 Tunguska explosion, led to fresh eyes being cast on Patomskiy. And what they found only deepened the mystery. Satellites showed that the crater was perfectly conical in shape, unlike any known impact site. Seismic readings suggested disturbed layers deep beneath the ground, as though a subterranean force had pushed upward, violently, splitting rock like a blister breaking through skin. Trees surrounding the crater, it was noted, grew faster and thicker than those in nearby regions. Not just slightly faster, but significantly. Rings of pine bore signs of accelerated growth that began in the mid-20th century, long after the crater was already present. But perhaps the most chilling detail came not from the forest, but from the legends. The Evenki people had long avoided the area. According to their oral histories, it was a place of bad spirits. The land, they said, was sick. Animals did not graze there. Hunters would not sleep nearby. Some spoke of a burning stone that fell from the sky long ago, bringing death to the valley. Others whispered of a thunderbird's nest, an ancient spirit that lived in the mountains and punished those who dared disturb it. But in every version of the story, one thing was always the same. No one returned the same after seeing it, and some did not return at all. Over the years, multiple scientific expeditions attempted to reach and study the crater. Many succeeded. A few turned back, and one, led in 2005 by geophysicist Eugeny Vorobyov, ended in tragedy. Vorobyov had spent years preparing for the journey. He believed the crater held the key to understanding a broader network of geological anomalies across Siberia. But not long after arriving at the site, he fell severely ill. Not exhaustion, not dehydration, something else. Within days, he was dead. No clear cause was ever determined. His team, shaken, completed their measurements and returned home, reporting a subtle magnetic anomaly around the inner cone. A distortion in the Earth's magnetic field, centered precisely at the crater's peak. as if something was buried there. But nothing, no metal, no foreign mass, had ever been found beneath the stone. Just disturbed earth, and a silence that deepened every time someone tried to explain it. One of the leading theories, initially proposed in the late 20th century, suggests that the Patomskiy crater was created by a deeply buried gas explosion. A sudden buildup of pressurized methane, perhaps, trapped in ancient limestone pockets and ignited by heat or friction. This would account for the upward blasting shape, the shattered rock, and the lack of an obvious impactor. It would also explain the accelerated tree growth, if radiation or heat had altered the local soil chemistry. But there are problems. The region has no significant methane reserves, no gas pipelines, no historical record of natural gas activity, and most notably, no evidence of fire. Not a single scorch mark, not a single charred tree, just rubble and dust. Others have suggested a kimberlite eruption, a volcanic pipe formation driven by rapid gas expansion. But this too raises issues. Kimberlite pipes leave behind specific mineral traces, including diamonds. None have ever been found at Patomskiy. And then there's the Tunguska hypothesis. In 1908, more than 1,000 miles west of the Patomskiy site, a massive explosion leveled over 800 square miles of forest near the Podkamennaya Tunguska River. Eyewitnesses described a fireball crossing the sky, followed by a shock wave so powerful it knocked people off their feet hundreds of miles away. No crater was ever found, but trees were flattened in a radial pattern, burned on one side, untouched on the other. Scientists now believe it was caused by a meteoroid or comet exploding mid-air. Could Patomskiy be the ground strike from a similar body, one that didn't disintegrate? Perhaps. But once again, the evidence resists the theory. The crater isn't wide enough. The stone doesn't show signs of extreme heat. And if a meteorite had struck with such force, why no fragments? Why no metal? And why this shape? Because here is the detail that baffles even the most seasoned researchers. The crater is built like a cone, a perfect inverted funnel of broken limestone, with a smaller cone at the top that sits slightly offset, like the cap of a mushroom pressed into soil. No known impact crater looks like this, and none continues to grow. That's right. Satellite measurements taken over the last 20 years show that the Patomskiy crater is expanding. Slowly, subtly. Not in width, but in height. The central cone is rising, as if something underneath it is still pushing upward, year after year. No known mechanism accounts for this. And yet, there it is. Stone, lifting stone, like breath trapped beneath earth. Another anomaly lies in the surrounding biology. Mosses and lichen that grow along the outer ring show signs of mild genetic mutation, minor but consistent with long-term exposure to low-level radiation. Soil samples indicate an unusual composition of isotopes, slightly skewed ratios of uranium and thorium compared to control regions. It's not enough to be dangerous, but it's enough to be strange. Some researchers have quietly proposed that the Patomskiy crater may be a long-decayed remnant of a natural nuclear event. A geologically triggered fission reaction, deep underground, that exploded upward without fire, similar to the Oklo natural reactor discovered in Gabon, Africa. But such events are extraordinarily rare, and none have ever produced a structure like this. So if not gas, not volcanic, not impact, and not nuclear, then what? In 2013, a fringe theory began circulating in Russian aerospace circles. The idea, put forward by a retired military engineer, suggested that the crater was caused not by nature, but by technology. specifically a malfunctioning propulsion system. The crater's shape, he argued, matched no known geological feature, but bore an eerie resemblance to the kind of imprint one might expect from a directed energy pulse or gravitational repulsion effect, if such technology existed. He pointed to the magnetic anomalies, the sterile inner cone, the radiation patterns, and to one haunting detail. The Patomskiy crater lies directly beneath one of the most stable magnetic null zones in Siberia, a place where compass needles lose direction and migratory birds veer off course. He called it a landing scar. Others dismissed him outright, but the idea stuck, not because it was provable, but because nothing else was. And still, the crater waits, rising slowly, sinking into no theory. In recent years, access to the crater has grown more difficult. Forest fires in the region have increased, road conditions have worsened, and local guides report a growing sense of unease, an emotional heaviness that hangs around the site like a fog that never quite lifts. Photographs taken from drones show patterns in the surrounding tree lines that resemble pressure waves. Concentric compression rings in the forest, as though something had pulsed outward from the epicenter and stopped time. Even satellites struggle to capture the site clearly. Clouds linger over it, more often than chance would suggest. It is as if the crater does not want to be seen. And perhaps that's exactly what makes it worth looking at. Because not all mysteries shout. Some wait, and some rise. The Patomskiy crater remains, to this day, unexplained. It is not famous, it is not visited, it does not burn with drama or horror, but it does endure. A wound in stone, a cone that should not exist, growing, changing, calling softly to those who still ask. What happened here? What force left this behind? And is it finished? Or only just beginning? Because in the cold silence of eastern Siberia, there is something beneath the ground, still moving. Story 13. The Aksai Chin Disappearances. From the stone wound of Patomskiy, that silent cone deep in the Siberian wilderness, still shifting under its own weight, we now drift southward, past the tree line, past the rivers, into the roof of the world, the Himalayas, where the land folds skyward in cold defiance, and nations mark their borders not with fences, but with the edge of breath itself. It is here, in the desolate heights of Aksai Chin, where oxygen thins and silence rules, that another mystery waits, not a crater, but an absence. The disappearance of men, whole platoons, they say, into the wind-blown void, and the silence that followed. In the late 1950s, the region of Aksai Chin was barely more than a shape on a map, a disputed zone between India and China, etched in pencil, argued in ink, and fought in whispers. A place defined more by terrain than by treaties. Rock and ice, altitude and ambiguity. No one lived there. No one was meant to. But soldiers were sent anyway. And then they were gone. Not buried, not captured. Gone. Vanished like breath in winter. Let's enter the frozen stillness of Aksai Chin and listen to what history refuses to tell. The land itself is the first to speak. Aksai Chin is not like other places. Its name means desert of white stones, and the name fits. Imagine a landscape flattened by wind, burned by the sun in summer, and sealed by snow in winter. No trees, no villages, just high-altitude salt flats and empty ranges spreading outward like the surface of a dead planet. The sky here is brutal, cloudless and endless. At night, the stars do not twinkle, they stare. This is one of the most remote regions on Earth. More than 14,000 feet above sea level, higher than most mountain peaks in the West. The air is dry, thin, and hollow. To speak is to labor. To breathe is to count every second. And yet, between 1959 and 1962, soldiers from both India and China marched here, camped here, fought here, and, in some cases, never returned. Our story begins in the early hours of October 21st, 1959, near the Conca Pass. This was before the official war, before the world was watching. A group of Indian border patrolmen had established a forward position near the pass, staking a quiet claim over ground both sides believed was theirs. The Chinese military, operating covertly in the area, responded with force. What followed was a brief but violent clash. It ended with 10 Indian soldiers dead and the rest captured. That much is documented. But something else was whispered among the survivors, both those taken and later returned, and those who had contact with them afterward. They claimed that not all of the men were killed or captured. Some simply vanished, mid-conflict. Not a retreat, not an ambush, not a surrender, a vanishing. Even their weapons were gone. When the area was retaken months later, the bodies of the dead were found. Bullet wounds, blunt trauma. But the rest, those not on the casualty list or among the released captives, were not accounted for. No graves, no camps, no blood, just silence, wind over stone. It was dismissed, of course. War is chaos. Men run. Records fail. But then, it happened again. In May of 1960, another Indian patrol unit was sent into the Galwan Valley, a narrow, treacherous region where the mountains crush the river into a thin silver thread. Radio contact was normal. Weather, clear. But by nightfall, the unit failed to check in. Days passed. Search parties were sent. They found nothing, not even footprints, only empty snow and a sky like polished glass. Weeks later, a single soldier from that patrol staggered into a forward operating base, frostbitten and delirious. He had no gear, no weapon, only a rusted dog tag clutched in one hand. When asked what happened, he spoke in fragmented whispers, said they were being followed, not by the Chinese, not by anyone visible, just shapes in the distance, mirrored flashes in the ridgelines, soundless movement across the stone. He claimed the others walked toward it, that it wasn't fear that took them, but something like awe. They walked willingly, he said. Some even smiled. And then, nothing. No more detail. He died of pulmonary edema 3 days later. Altitude sickness, they said. But his eyes never closed. They stayed open, as if watching something still in the room, still there. Another incident occurred in July 1961, this time across the border, on the Chinese side. A People's Liberation Army platoon was conducting winter survival drills near the Shizil-Langar Plateau, a zone considered utterly inhospitable, even by military standards. Temperatures dropped to minus 40 degrees Celsius that week. Radio logs show routine check-ins, morale high. But on July 14th, the station went quiet. When search teams arrived 4 days later, they found the camp intact. Tents unzipped, fires still smoldering, rifles stacked neatly in a pyramid beside the supply tent. But not a single man remained. Tracks led outward from the camp in 5 directions. Each set ended after exactly 40 meters, as if the soldiers had walked off into the snow and simply ceased. No signs of struggle, no blood. One officer's journal remained in the command tent. The last entry was dated the 13th. They are here again. Lights, no sound. I think they are showing us something. Men unafraid. Will follow soon. That journal was never released publicly. Its existence is known only through defector reports gathered decades later. And then came 1962, the official war. The Sino-Indian conflict erupted with speed and violence, and then ended just as quickly within a month. But in that window, dozens of Indian units were deployed deep into Aksai Chin with minimal support and almost no winter gear. Some never made contact again. In some cases, the Chinese confirmed capture. In others, they denied everything. India called it deception. China called it disinformation. But across multiple valleys, Rezangla, DBO, Pangongcho, the same pattern emerged. Whole patrols, simply not found. No radio distress, no retreat footage, no wreckage, just long, unbroken silence. After the war, both nations pulled back. The line of actual control was drawn like a scar across the plateau, jagged and invisible. But the disappearances weren't forgotten. Whispers continued, not from governments, but from those who served. Stories told late at night, over heat-starved fires, in the shadow of mountains that watched without blinking. One of the strangest came from a Soviet satellite technician. In 1964, 2 years after the war, a series of Soviet reconnaissance satellites, Cosmos 24 among them, passed over the Himalayas. They were looking for evidence of Chinese nuclear activity. But in 3 separate passes, the infrared sensors picked up something else. Heat. Not from machinery, not from camps, but from the land itself. A pattern of glowing crescents in the Aksai Chin region. Each crescent measured nearly 800 meters wide. Each was located in a valley known for previous disappearances. One Soviet analyst noted that the thermal signature resembled vented heat, like from underground exhaust, not surface fires. And yet, no roads led there. No installations were visible, just bare stone, glowing faintly in the cold. The images were classified. Years later, in a brief moment of détente between Moscow and Delhi, copies were shared privately with Indian intelligence. The files were labeled anomalous. No action was taken. Too little to go on. Too much to admit. But the story leaked, passed through old military circles, printed in obscure defense journals, recounted by retired officers over tea and rum. The idea that Aksai Chin was hiding something, not soldiers, but a mechanism, something ancient, or buried, or waiting. In 1979, a Chinese geophysicist named Dr. Liang Weiquan was granted rare access to study glacial melt patterns in the Karakorum range, just west of Aksai Chin. His expedition never formally entered the disputed zone. But during their survey, one of the graduate researchers claimed to have seen a geometric shape embedded in the ice wall of a collapsed crevasse, something angular, too precise to be natural. Dr. Liang made no official note of it. But in a later interview, recorded privately in Hong Kong just before his defection, he spoke of the experience. He said the shape resembled a dome, not above the ice, but beneath it. He said it hummed, that even through 20 meters of glacial crust, they could hear a sound, not vibration, not rumble, but tone, consistent, measured, like a tuning fork or a beacon. He refused to speculate further, only said, the mountain is not only a mountain, the ice is not only ice. His defection was never completed. He disappeared from his hotel room the night before the paperwork was finalized. His belongings were untouched. His passport still in the drawer. But the folder containing his field notes was gone. the graduate researcher who first reported the crevasse, she died in an avalanche a year later. No other witnesses remained. By the 1990s, Aksai Chin had become a strategic ghost, still disputed, still patrolled, but rarely visited outside of satellite surveillance and high-altitude drone flights. And yet, one final story slipped through. In 1997, an American satellite contractor working on civilian remote sensing captured a narrowband radar anomaly during a flyover of the region. A linear void, roughly 3 kilometers in length, cutting beneath a ridgeline where no tunnel or fault line existed. Not a shadow, not a rock formation, a true radar absence, as if something beneath the mountain absorbed the signal. No reflection, no echo, just erasure. The technician flagged it as a data glitch, but his supervisor, a former DARPA analyst, flagged it for follow-up. That follow-up never happened. Funding was pulled the next quarter, and Aksai Chin remained where it always had been, frozen, empty, silent, but perhaps not uninhabited. What then can explain it? Where did those men go? What took them? And why were no remains, not one body, not one rifle, not one piece of torn uniform, ever recovered? Let's consider the theories. The official position, long maintained by both India and China, is simple. Chaos of war. Men die. Records fail. Harsh terrain and enemy engagement make recovery difficult. Bodies are lost. Memory fades. That's the pragmatic view. And it holds weight. The Himalayas are cruel and vast. A single snowstorm can bury all evidence of life within minutes. Altitude sickness, exposure, disorientation, all can fracture a unit. Panic, flight, collapse. It happens, but not like this. Not with such consistency, and not without trace. Another theory is subterranean, that the region contains old mine shafts or natural caves, either used by locals in pre-modern times or exploited by military engineers during Cold War experimentation. Men fall into them, or are taken into them. But again, where are the entrances? Why no collapse points? Why the thermal signatures decades later? Then come the more speculative ideas. One theory suggests that the disappearances are linked to high-frequency resonance, a naturally occurring harmonic effect triggered by the geology of Aksai Chin. That under the right conditions, standing waves of subsonic vibration could cause disorientation, hallucination, even suggestibility. That perhaps the men didn't vanish. They simply walked away, hypnotized by the land itself. Some believe the entire region is a liminal space, a place where the veil between states of being grows thin. That Aksai Chin is a kind of atmospheric anomaly, where magnetic fields, glacial energy, and high-altitude radiation intersect to create rifts in perception, or even in time. A strange idea, but not without precedent. Pilots in the Andes have reported similar anomalies. Compass failure, time dilation, moments of missing memory. And then, there are those who whisper of structures, buried beneath the rock. Not military, not ancient ruins. Something else. A pattern of geometry too vast to grasp. A machine, not active, but not dead. Just waiting. And when men walk across the wrong place, they are taken, reabsorbed. Into what? No one knows. Or if they do not say, because no government speaks of this. No war memorial lists these names. No tombstones mark their absence. Only the wind. Only the stars. Only the long, unblinking mountains. So what happened in Aksai Chin? Were these disappearances the product of human conflict and nature's cruelty? Or were they part of something older, deeper? Did something in that land reach out and take them? If so, Why? And why then? Why during the years of war? Why in crescents? Why beneath silent peaks? There is no answer. Only cold. Only silence. Only a page that should be filled, but remains blank. Like the snow, like the sky, and like the space where men once stood, before they stepped forward and did not come back. Story 14. The Noratlas 2501 Crash and Recovery Mystery. From the silent disappearance of platoons in the high Himalayas to the whispering void of Aksai Chin, we now descend not into valleys, but rise into the frozen peaks of the French Alps. Another cold frontier, another blank page, another place where something vanished and stayed gone until the ice let go. This is the mystery of the Noratlas 2501, an aircraft that disappeared in 1965 and did not return to the world until 2018, still sealed in snow, still carrying the silence of its final flight. But what was recovered wasn't all that was lost, and what was missing was never explained. The year was 1965. In France, it was a time of Cold War tensions, regional modernization, and shifting military priorities. The country was rebuilding its post-colonial presence, tightening its grip on strategic air defense, and navigating the geopolitical edges of NATO alignment. High above the remote peaks of the Alpes de Haute-Provence, the air was crisp, thin, and untroubled by traffic. It was here, on a cold February morning, that a twin-engine military transport aircraft, the Noratlas 2501, took off from the city of Istris. Its destination, Lyon. Its route, Standard. Its passengers, 6 military personnel, and a cargo manifest that, to this day, has never been released to the public. There was no storm, no warning, no radio call declaring trouble, no witness to any crash. The Noratlas simply vanished from radar, mid-flight, without a trace. It would remain missing for 53 years. That first week, no one panicked. The aircraft was presumed delayed, perhaps rerouted. Military flights in that era, especially across alpine terrain, were not tracked with the precision we expect today. But by the second day, search operations began. Helicopters scoured the forested ridges near Digne-les-Bains. Patrols moved on foot through the snowfields surrounding Tête de l'Estrop, a jagged peak rising over 9,000 feet above sea level. Locals in the surrounding valleys reported hearing something unusual that morning. A dull boom, an echo that rolled down the slopes, and then nothing. No smoke, no debris, no signs of impact. And with no definitive crash site, the search was quietly scaled down. An official report was filed. The aircraft presumed lost, likely due to weather or mechanical failure. All 6 men aboard were declared missing, presumed dead, their names etched into memorial plaques, without bodies, without answers. And so the mountain kept its secret. Seasons passed, the snow deepened. Glaciers crept slowly across the upper ridges, burying rock, frost, and time. It wasn't until the summer of 2018, a summer marked by unusually high glacial melt across Europe, that the Noratlas emerged from its frozen tomb. It began with a glint. A pair of hikers, traversing a narrow scree path near the summit of Tête de l'Estrop, spotted something metallic wedged into the ice. At first, they assumed it was an old weather balloon, or maybe a fragment from a mountaineering accident. But as they climbed closer, what they found was far more unsettling. A wheel, half exposed, frozen in place, just beyond it. Part of a fuselage, still intact, still bearing the faded insignia of the French Air Force. Within days, military recovery teams arrived by helicopter. The ice had preserved it with stunning fidelity. The tail section was partially crushed, likely from the force of impact, but most of the forward fuselage remained sealed, entombed in layers of compressed snow and permafrost. As the recovery progressed, the team made a chilling discovery. Inside the cabin were human remains, perfectly preserved, still strapped into their seats, their uniforms intact, their expressions frozen in time. The crash had not obliterated the aircraft. It had simply swallowed it, and with it, the lives of the men aboard. News spread quickly, across France, across Europe, across the world. Not because of the crash itself, but because of how it had vanished, how it had evaded detection for over 5 decades. And most of all, because of what was found and what was not. Among the first questions raised by investigators was this: why had the Noratlas gone down at all? The flight plan had it cruising well below the height of the mountain peak, but the debris location suggested a sudden altitude climb, one inconsistent with the scheduled route. Had the aircraft encountered turbulence, instrument failure, an evasive maneuver? The cockpit voice recorder, had it existed, might have answered these questions. But the Noratlas was built in the early 1950s, before black boxes were standard on military flights. No flight log was recovered, no written note, only the wreckage and the silence. But even that silence held anomalies. For one, the engine assembly showed no signs of mechanical failure. Both turbines had been turning at the time of impact. Fuel lines were intact, no signs of fire. And then there was the cargo bay, empty. The aircraft's manifest, though never released publicly, was later described by unnamed officials as non-sensitive equipment. Yet the entire storage compartment was barren, not destroyed, not damaged, just empty, as if something had been offloaded or removed. And then there was the most haunting discovery of all. 6 men had been aboard the aircraft. 5 bodies were recovered. 1 was missing, and not just missing, gone entirely. No trace, no clothing, no remains, no bone fragments, no sign of a 6th seatbelt, except there was a 6th seat, strapped in, empty, as if it had never been used. But the most disturbing detail was found near the rear cargo hatch. 1 parachute, missing. Military aircraft of the Noratlas class were outfitted with 6 personal parachutes, 1 for each occupant. All were accounted for, stored in their designated compartments, except 1, gone. Its container opened, the harness unlatched. But there was no record, not in flight briefings, not in logs, not in passenger testimony, of any scheduled jump, and no witness had ever reported a parachute in the sky. The French Ministry of Defense immediately classified portions of the investigation. To this day, the radio communications from the Noratlas' final 20 minutes remain sealed under military secrecy. Theories began to circulate, both official and fringe. Some claimed the missing man had attempted to bail out, perhaps realizing the aircraft was doomed, hoping to survive the descent. But this theory faced problems. For one, no body was ever found in the surrounding area, despite extensive searches conducted in 2018, 2019, and again in 2021. No parachute, no fabric, no skeletal remains. It was as if the man had jumped and disappeared. Others suggested a different possibility, that the 6th man had never been on the plane at all, that a clerical error had misrecorded the manifest, But this too falls short. The aircraft was not a commercial flight. Its passenger list was tightly logged. Families of all 6 men received notification of loss in 1965, and all 6 names appear in the original disappearance report, filed the day after the aircraft was declared missing. Who then was missing, and how? Among the more speculative theories is the idea that the 6th passenger did not perish in the crash, because he was never meant to, that the jump was intentional, that someone, for reasons unknown, exited the aircraft before the crash, with the intention of disappearing. Some point to the unusual flight deviation, the sudden shift in altitude near the crash site. Could the pilot have changed course to allow for a drop? If so, why? And what was the 6th man carrying? The cargo hold was empty, but was it empty before or after? Was something dropped mid-flight? Or was it taken? More extreme theories propose that the Noratlas encountered something it could not explain. An anomaly, a distortion, a phenomenon. Some suggest electromagnetic interference, a known but poorly understood hazard in high-altitude aviation. Could such interference have scrambled the instruments, triggered an emergency maneuver? Could it have induced hallucinations? Or worse, there are anecdotal reports, filed in obscure aviation logs across the Alps, of pilots experiencing strange sensations while flying over Tête de l'Estrop. Sudden compass spins, loss of vertical horizon, a brief moment of silence on all frequencies. Could the Noratlas have flown into something it couldn't report, something only one man understood, and tried to escape? One local legend told by shepherds in the valley below speaks of a whispering summit, a place where radios crackle and birds do not fly. Some say it's superstition, others are not so sure. The official report, released in partial summary in 2019, attributes the crash to controlled flight into terrain, an old phrase, a vague one. It means the aircraft was under pilot control and hit the mountain anyway. No mechanical failure, no emergency, no malfunction, just flight, and then not. But one line buried in the appendix reads differently. It notes that the final reported altitude was inconsistent with terrain avoidance protocols, and that the pilot did not initiate standard evasive patterns. Was he incapacitated, confused, or following orders? Without the radio logs, we can't know. And without the 6th man, we can't ask. Today, the wreckage of the Noratlas 2501 has been largely recovered. Some pieces were airlifted to military archives. Others remain embedded in the glacier, unreachable or too dangerous to extract. A memorial now stands near the summit of Tête de l'Estrop. 6 names are carved into the stone, but only 5 rests beneath it. Each year, on the anniversary of the crash, families gather at the base of the mountain. They leave flowers, photographs, small tokens of a life interrupted. But always, there is the question, who left the plane and why? Some believe we will never know, that the missing parachute is nothing more than a tragic anomaly, a fluke of fate or filing or time. Others believe the mystery remains open because it was meant to, that the missing man succeeded, that he vanished, not by accident, but by design. Perhaps he walked away, perhaps he didn't walk at all, perhaps he was taken, or perhaps he was following something older than orders, older than aircraft, older than snow, something that lives in the mountain and listens and waits. We do not know. All we have is silence and a seat that was occupied and then was not. A parachute that is gone, and a question that echoes longer than any engine. What really happened to the Noratlas 2501, and who was the last to leave? Story 15. The Beale ciphers and the Blue Ridge cache. From the missing parachute in the French Alps to the echo of something unseen, the last mystery left us with an unanswered question. Who was the last to leave? But not all disappearances end in silence. Some leave behind a voice, not spoken aloud, but carved. Written in cipher, encoded with purpose. Left, not as a farewell, but as a challenge. Now we turn east, across the Atlantic, to a different kind of disappearance, not of a person, but of a treasure. And the 3 pages that may still guard its secret. This is the story of the Beale ciphers and the legend buried deep in the Blue Ridge Mountains. The forest here is not quiet. It breathes. Wind moves through sycamore and pine like a low whisper, and beneath the leaf litter, the soil is older than the war that once tore through it. In the hills of Bedford County, Virginia, the seasons carry memory. Winter rests like a frost-bitten hush over the peaks. But come spring, the woods stir, and sometimes they remember. Or perhaps they never forgot. Our story begins in 1820. A man arrives at a small inn in Lynchburg. He is calm, tall, polite. He gives his name, Thomas J. Beale. The innkeeper, Robert Morris, records nothing unusual. There are many travelers passing through these hills, but something about Beale lingers. A quiet intensity, a way of looking just past you instead of at you. He stays a few weeks, then leaves, but not before entrusting Morris with a locked iron box. He says it contains papers of great importance. Beale promises to return for it within 10 years. If not, Morris is to open it. And then he vanishes. 10 years pass, then 11, then 20. Beale never returns. And in 1845, decades after their brief encounter, Morris, now aged and increasingly curious, opens the box. Inside, he finds 3 pages of cipher text, columns of numbers, seemingly random, meaningless, until one isn't. That cipher, now called Beale paper number 2, is cracked using an unusual method, the United States Declaration of Independence. Each number corresponds to a word in the document. Each word's first letter spells out a message. The deciphered text is astonishing. It claims that Beale and a group of companions discovered a vast deposit of gold, silver, and jewels, buried in a hidden vault deep in the Blue Ridge Mountains. Over 2,921 pounds of gold, over 5,100 pounds of silver, and $13,000 worth of precious stones. A treasure, the likes of which most have never seen. But the location of that treasure and the names of the men who buried it are locked in the other 2 ciphers, and those remain unsolved. 175 years later, they still do. The Beale papers were first published in 1885, 40 years after the box was opened. A small pamphlet printed by a man named James Ward, who claimed to have received the story from Robert Morris himself. The story caught fire. The idea of a buried treasure, hidden not by accident, but by design, drew in everyone from amateur sleuths to cryptographic experts. Some hunted for years, some hunted for lifetimes. Many never returned the same. In the crisp quiet of pre-dawn, men can still be found scanning the hills with metal detectors, listening for the chirp of something metallic, ancient, and buried. They say the ciphers speak to you, not with answers, but with the lure of possibility. The forest remains, so do the papers, and the treasure, if it exists, has never been found. But the mystery is real, and it begins with 3 pages. The first beat of this ciphered symphony is visual. Imagine a yellowed, time-stained page, creased at the corners, ink faded to the tone of old rust. Across its surface, rows of numbers march in steady formation. 1, 13, 24, 543. Each sequence a door with no key. Each number a question. The cipher looks simple, but it isn't. Historians believe that only one of the 3 ciphers has been solved. The second. The others remain resistant. Efforts to decode them using similar techniques have yielded only gibberish. Some believe they're encrypted with different documents, perhaps other founding texts. Others think they might be red herrings, false trails meant to protect the real one. Then there are those who suggest something deeper, that the ciphers weren't meant to be solved at all. They were meant to inspire the act of searching. The image changes. A man alone by lantern light, bent over a table in a forest cabin. Pages of notes surround him, each scribbled with ideas, translations, guesses. The numbers dance like phantoms across the wood grain. Outside, the trees press in. He's been searching for years, but tonight, something feels different. He's not trying to find the treasure. He's trying to understand why it was hidden. Let's return to the legend. According to the deciphered message, Beale and his party discovered the treasure in 1818, while hunting buffalo in what is now northern New Mexico. They spent 18 months excavating and transporting it across the country, eventually burying it in Virginia, far from where it was found. Why? Why not hide it closer to the source? And why Virginia, a place full of eyes, of history, of memory? Some theorists believe the answer lies in the timing. The War of 1812 had ended just a few years earlier. The young United States was still reeling, politically fractured, economically strained. Gold, in such massive quantities, represented power, and power, misused, is dangerous. Was the treasure meant to be protected from government seizure, from British spies, or from something older? In the cold haze of winter, the Blue Ridge Mountains become otherworldly. Mists coil between the trees like forgotten breath. The ridgelines turn blue-grey in the half-light. And somewhere out there, according to the cipher, is a chamber, buried, sealed, guarded, not by walls, but by numbers. One of the most compelling beats of this mystery came in the 1980s. A team of treasure hunters, using ground-penetrating radar and soil analysis, scanned a narrow valley just west of Montvale. What they found was strange. At a depth of 12 feet, the composition of the soil changed abruptly, from rocky loam to compacted clay, a signal consistent with a man-made cavity. It measured roughly 10 feet by 6 feet, close in size to the dimensions one might expect for a hidden vault. They began digging, then stopped. The landowner refused further excavation. A legal battle ensued, and the hole, the anomaly, was covered again. To this day, it has not been reopened. In photographs taken during the survey, the soil cross-section is stark, layers of natural earth interrupted by an unnatural flatness, as if something below had pressed upward and waited. But the treasure is only half the mystery. The cipher, and its creation, remains the other. Modern cryptanalysts have studied the Beale papers extensively. Linguistic patterns, statistical analyses, and computer models have all been applied. Some anomalies stand out. The frequency of certain numbers doesn't align with normal English usage. Spacing is inconsistent. The range of numbers in the first and third ciphers is broader than one would expect, all of which suggests one unsettling possibility. They may not be real ciphers at all. They may be nonsense, or worse, they may be decoys, crafted not to reveal, but to distract, to lead countless minds in endless circles, never close enough to question the source. And so we ask, who was Thomas Beale, and did he ever exist? There is no record of a Thomas J. Beale matching the story's details in census or military records. No land deeds, no marriage certificates, no obituary. Some suggest he was a fiction, an invention by the author of the pamphlet to sell copies or stir local legend. But others point to the box. The box existed, the ciphers exist, and the innkeeper, Robert Morris, was real. If this was a hoax, it was an elaborate one, decades long, multi-generational. Or perhaps it wasn't a hoax at all. Perhaps Thomas Beale was a name borrowed, a cover identity, a mask for someone who needed to disappear, not for riches, but for reasons far stranger. In the 1960s, a cryptologist with military ties claimed that the Beale ciphers bore structural similarity to certain wartime code books. Not civilian ciphers, but intelligence signals. He suggested that the ciphers weren't meant to hide treasure. They were instructions, coordinates, a relay message, buried not for prosperity, but for safety. If true, then someone was listening. Still is. A symbolic image emerges. An oak tree on a hilltop, its branches heavy with age, its roots sunk deep into the soil. At the base, a small iron box, sealed and silent. Above it, the sky turns decade after decade. The tree forgets nothing. Only people do. The Blue Ridge Mountains have watched generations come and go. Civil War soldiers camped here. Some hunted for Beale's treasure between battles. Their journals whisper of it. In the 1930s, during the Great Depression, the legend was reborn. For desperate families, the idea of a buried cache worth millions was irresistible. Some sold everything, moved to Bedford County, spent their lives digging, and then they vanished from the records. Not because they found the treasure, but because the search changed them. What they found, or believed they found, is unknown, but one photograph remains, faded, curled at the edges. A man stands waist-deep in a trench, holding a rusted pickaxe. Behind him, the trees rise like witnesses. On the ground near his feet, a scrap of parchment, barely legible, just numbers. Only numbers. The Beale mystery has also drawn the attention of institutions. In 1983, a quiet inquiry from a defense contractor was logged with the Library of Congress. They requested all known documentation on the Beale ciphers. No reason was given. Shortly after, a classified report was generated. Its existence is acknowledged, its contents sealed. Speculation blossomed. Was the treasure a metaphor? Was the cipher a map? Not to gold, but to a buried object of different value. A prototype? A device? A secret meant to outlive its century? If so, then perhaps the cipher has already been solved. Just not by us. And that brings us back to the woods. In autumn, the forest is copper and gold. Leaves fall like forgotten letters, each one catching the light for a moment, before vanishing into the underbrush. The mountains listen, the soil shifts, and somewhere, beneath it all, a chamber may still wait, untouched, unknown, guarded not by locks or alarms, but by silence, by math, and by the one cipher no one has yet cracked. Why? Why bury a fortune and tell no one? Why write 3 ciphers and only solve one? Why create a legend you never intended to end? Some say the treasure was found long ago, quietly, discreetly. Others say it never existed, that the cipher is the treasure, that its puzzle is a mirror, reflecting the mind that dares to solve it, or that it's a door built from numbers, and someday someone will walk through. Until then, the forest holds its breath, and the Beale papers remain, unread, unbroken, waiting. Story 16. The Disappearance of Tom Young and Keith Reinhard. From the mountains of Virginia, where cryptic numbers lie hidden among the trees, to a far smaller town nestled high in the Colorado Rockies. Our next mystery trades ancient ciphers for something more intimate, and perhaps more unsettling. Because sometimes it isn't what was buried long ago that haunts us most. It's what disappears right before our eyes. This is the story of two men. They never met. They vanished almost exactly 1 year apart, on the same mountain trail. One was a quiet local who ran a small bookstore. The other, a journalist chasing a story. Both walked into the wilderness above Silver Plume, Colorado, and never came back. Let's follow the strange, overlapping footsteps of Tom Young and Keith Reinhard, and explore why the Rocky Mountains still hold their secrets so well. High in Colorado's Clear Creek County, hidden in a narrow canyon where the mountains press in close and steep, sits a former mining town called Silver Plume. It's the kind of place you could miss with a blink. A small cluster of buildings scattered along Interstate 70, just under an hour west of Denver. The town is quiet now. Fewer than 200 people live there, and many of the old wooden structures, weather-worn and leaning, feel like remnants from another century. That's because they are. Silver Plume was born during the silver boom of the 1860s, a sister town to nearby Georgetown. It was once a bustling hub of miners, traders, and families chasing fortune in the high, rugged wilderness. But as the silver veins dried up, so did the town's lifeblood. What remains today is more ghost than city, a haunting mix of history, silence, and alpine wind. It's the kind of place that draws a certain kind of person: the loners, the artists, the seekers, people like Tom Young. In the 1980s, Tom was a familiar face in Silver Plume. He ran a small second-hand bookstore right on Main Street, a cozy, quiet place filled with the smell of old pages and wooden shelves. Locals remembered him as gentle, private, soft-spoken. He lived alone with his dog Gus, a large, loyal companion that rarely left his side. Tom wasn't the kind to make waves. He kept to himself, walked daily in the hills above town, and opened his shop at irregular hours, depending on the mood. But in September of 1987, Tom stopped showing up. At first, no one panicked. Tom was a solitary man, and it wasn't unusual for him to take a few days to himself. But as a week passed, and then two, unease began to creep in. His store sat shuttered, mail piled up on the porch, and Gus, his ever-present companion, was gone too. Eventually, someone contacted the sheriff. A missing persons report was filed, but the search, such as it was, yielded nothing. Tom Young had vanished. No note, no signs of struggle, just absence. And for the town of Silver Plume, it quickly faded into another quiet loss. Just one more person swallowed by the wilderness. Then, nearly a year later, everything changed. August 1988. Another man arrives in Silver Plume. His name is Keith Reinhard. And while Tom Young was a local recluse, Keith was something else entirely. Keith was a journalist, a husband, a father. He'd taken a summer sabbatical from his job at the Daily Herald in Chicago and had come to Silver Plume not just for rest, but to write. He rented a small space above the cafe across from Tom's old bookstore, and almost immediately he became fascinated with Tom's story. Some said he was trying to write a novel. Others believed it was more personal than that. Whatever the reason, Keith began digging. He started interviewing locals, walking the same trails Tom once walked, and even opened a shop in the same building where Tom's bookstore used to be. It was almost as if he was stepping into the other man's life. He told friends he felt called to the town, that the mountains were speaking to him, that Tom's disappearance wasn't finished. Not really. And then, on August 7th, 1988, Keith went for a hike. He told his neighbors he'd be back later that day. He left a note on his typewriter that simply said, "Gone hiking." And like Tom, he never returned. A massive search followed. This time, helicopters were deployed. Volunteers combed the mountainsides. Dogs were brought in. But there was no sign of him. The trail he'd reportedly planned to follow, up Pendleton Mountain, was steep, remote, and dangerous, especially for someone unfamiliar with the terrain. But Keith was in good shape, athletic, adventurous, and the timing was eerie. Almost exactly 1 year since Tom's vanishing. Same town, same mountain, and still, no body was ever found. Then, 2 weeks after Keith vanished, searchers stumbled upon something unexpected. In a clearing not far from the trailhead lay skeletal remains. It wasn't Keith, it was Tom. Alongside him, the decomposed body of Gus, faithfully at his side, even in death. Next to them, a revolver, one spent casing. The cause of death, a single gunshot wound to Tom's head. It had been nearly a year, but now, finally, one mystery had an answer. Or did it? Because with Tom's discovery came even more questions. Why had he taken his own life in such a remote location? Why bring the dog only to let it perish alongside him? And why was the revolver unregistered, with its serial number filed off? Perhaps most chilling of all, why did Keith disappear in the exact same area while researching that very story? The sheriff at the time put it plainly: 2 men don't go missing from a town of 200 people by coincidence. And yet, there was no proof of foul play, no signs of a struggle, no evidence to suggest Keith met anyone on the trail that day. His car was still parked in town, his belongings untouched, his manuscript unfinished. It was as if he'd followed Tom's ghost into the woods and simply faded. Some believe Keith got in over his head, that he became too entangled in Tom's story, to the point of obsession. He was reported to be in a period of personal upheaval. He'd recently turned 49, the age his father was when he died. He'd spoken of needing to climb a mountain, both literally and metaphorically. Was it symbolic? Was he chasing closure or escape? Others think there's more to it. There were rumors whispered in town that Tom hadn't died by his own hand, that his bookstore had been a front for something else, something darker, that Keith uncovered something he wasn't supposed to know. There's no evidence for any of that. But in a town this small, even a single strange look can fuel suspicion. And there were strange moments. One man claimed Keith had asked about tunnels, old mining shafts from Silver Plume's boomtown era. Another said he saw Keith hiking with someone else, though he couldn't describe who. And some insist that Tom and Keith didn't just share a coincidence, they shared a pattern. Both were drawn to the same mountain. Both vanished without a trace. Both stories feel incomplete. Even now, decades later, the mountain keeps its silence. Pendleton rises just west of town, steep, forested, and largely untravelled. Its slopes are littered with old mining ruins, shafts boarded up and forgotten, rusted equipment slowly decaying under pine and snow. It's a place where the past and present blur, where one misstep can lead to a fall no one hears, and where solitude stretches for miles in every direction. What happened to Keith Reinhardt? Did he fall? Did he run? Did he follow Tom's path, intentionally? Or did he uncover something real, something dangerous? We may never know. The official story remains open-ended. Keith Reinhardt is still listed as a missing person, and his family, decades later, still waits for closure. But the story doesn't quite end there. In the years since, Silver Plume has become something of a footnote in true crime circles. The town where two men vanished. The coincidence too strange to ignore. Journalists have come and gone. Documentaries have been made. Podcasts have picked apart every available fact. But no new evidence has surfaced. What remains is a ghost story. One written not in fiction, but in vanished footsteps. In two men, unknown to each other, drawn to the same mountain, the same mystery. One seeking quiet, the other seeking answers, and both lost to the trees. Today, if you walk the trail above Silver Plume, and few do, you'll pass remnants of the mining era. Collapsed timbers, moss-covered wheels, empty air shafts that plunge into the dark. There's a stillness there that feels heavy, as if the mountain is watching, waiting. Some who hike it report strange feelings, being watched, hearing faint footsteps behind them, only to turn and find no one. Maybe it's just the wind, maybe it's imagination, or maybe some places remember. Some trails never forget who walked them last. And maybe, just maybe, the mountain still knows what happened. But for now, it keeps its silence. And Silver Plume waits. A little town with two stories that never quite finished. A town where a quiet man disappeared, and a writer followed, where fact blurs into mystery, and the line between curiosity and fate grows thin. What really happened on Pendleton Mountain? Why did Keith go alone? Why did Tom leave no note? And why, after all these years, does it still feel like part of the story is missing? Perhaps that's the mystery. Not just what was lost, but what was found. A notebook, a revolver, an empty trail, and a town, holding its breath, still waiting for the last page to turn, still listening for footsteps that never come back, still wondering what really happened in Silver Plume. Story 17. The Mystery of the Headless Valley. From the quiet trails of Pendleton Mountain, where two men vanished as if called by something no one else could hear, we now follow the silence deeper, northward, into a valley where the air grows colder, and the land keeps its secrets buried in ice. It's a place where maps blur and stories begin to fray. A wilderness so vast, so untouched, that even now, over a century later, it remains largely unexplored. But it wasn't always this way. There was a time when people tried to claim it. A time when gold-hungry prospectors carved paths through the bush, chasing whispers of riches hidden in the mountains. They carried picks, rifles, and dreams, and some of them never came back. This is the story of those who entered a land the locals warned them not to. A land of deep canyons, hot springs, and sudden snow. a land so foreboding, the indigenous Dene people refused to settle it, calling it taboo, cursed, watched. They called it Na Dehe. We call it the Headless Valley. To reach it, you must follow the South Nahanni River. It twists like a ribbon through the Mackenzie Mountains in Canada's Northwest Territories. There are no roads, no towns, only cliffs that rise 1,000 feet high, waterfalls that roar like thunder, and forests so dense they swallow sound. Today, it's part of Nahanni National Park Reserve, over 11,000 square miles of rugged terrain. But back in the early 1900s, it was a frontier, unknown, unclaimed, and rumored to be rich with gold. Stories had drifted out of the north, of hidden veins of quartz and nuggets lying loose along the creek beds, of a forgotten El Dorado buried in the rocks. In 1908, two brothers, Willie and Frank McLeod, set out from Fort Liard with the dream of striking it rich. They were experienced outdoorsmen, well prepared, and familiar with the hardships of northern travel. For months, nothing was heard. Then, nothing became something. The first to arrive was their dog. Starved and ragged, it stumbled back into Fort Liard alone. There was no sign of the brothers. Months passed, and then, in 1909, a search party found what was left. On the banks of the Nahanni River, near a place now known as Dead Men Valley, they discovered the camp, scattered belongings, a fire long gone cold, and two skeletons partially buried in the brush. But there was something wrong. Both skulls were missing. No animals had taken them. There were no drag marks, no chewed bones, no evidence of predation, and nothing had disturbed the rest of the remains. It was as if the heads had simply been removed and placed elsewhere, deliberately. The story reached the newspapers, first local, then national. It was too strange to ignore. Headless skeletons found in the Valley of Gold, the mystery of the Nahanni, and eventually, the Valley of Headless Men. But what could explain it? Theories flooded in. Some said it was the work of rivals, other prospectors, jealous and greedy. Others pointed to the Dene legends of the area. They spoke of mountain spirits, of malevolent forces that guarded the valley's riches, of an ancient warning: this place is not for men. Still, the search for gold continued. In 1917, another prospector named Martin Jorgensen vanished. He had written letters home, speaking of a promising claim of gold dust and quartz seams. Then, nothing. A year later, his cabin was found burned to the ground. His body was inside, charred, lifeless, and headless. It was becoming a pattern. Prospectors drawn to the same region, the same trails, the same rumors, all meeting the same grim fate. Not always headless, but always violent, always sudden, always without witnesses. In the 1940s, a trapper named John O'Brien was found frozen to death in the middle of the trail. His hands clutching his rifle so tightly they had to be pried open. His expression, according to the RCMP report, was one of sheer terror. And still, more men came. Some would vanish without a trace. Others would be found drowned in shallow streams or impaled on their own tools. One man was discovered in his sleeping bag, his head twisted at an unnatural angle, his face frozen in a rictus of pain. The deaths continued into the 1960s, and with each new report, the legend of the Headless Valley deepened. But before we go further, it's worth asking, what is it about this place? Why this valley? Why these men? And why the heads? Let's start with the land itself. The Nahanni region is unlike any other in North America. Its geography is ancient, sculpted by glaciers, rivers, and time. The South Nahanni River begins in the Mackenzie Mountains and winds its way through canyons deeper than the Grand Canyon. Virginia Falls, one of the tallest waterfalls in Canada, drops with a fury that drowns out thought. The area is riddled with karst formations, limestone caves, sinkholes, and underground rivers. Some of these caves remain unexplored to this day. In the 1970s, spelunkers discovered an enormous chamber over 100 meters wide, hidden beneath the surface. They called it the Grotta Valerie. Inside were bones, thousands of them, caribou, elk, wolves. Some dated back over 2,000 years. No signs of human habitation, just a massive graveyard of animals. No one knows how they all ended up there. Theories range from natural traps to ritual sacrifice. But the deeper the teams went, the stranger the formations became. Walls that twisted unnaturally, passages that led nowhere, then turned cold, like the rock itself was shifting behind them. Some refused to go back. And then there are the mists. The Nahanni Valley is notorious for its sudden fogs, thick, disorienting, and unnatural. They rise quickly, even on clear days, and roll in like waves. Trappers have reported losing their bearings within seconds, walking in circles for hours, even days. Some claimed the fog moved against the wind. Others said it whispered. There's a local legend that the mist is alive, a protector of the valley, a warning, or a hunter. And then there are the hot springs. Scattered throughout the valley, they steam even in the dead of winter. Animals are drawn to them, creating strange oases in the snow. But locals say they're dangerous, that the waters sometimes boil without reason, that people who enter them don't always come back. In such a landscape, it's easy to understand how stories take root. But the question remains, what killed the men who entered here? Let's examine the theories. The most grounded explanation is violence. The early 1900s were lawless in the north. Gold prospectors were fiercely competitive. Claims were often disputed and bloodily defended. Could the MacLeod brothers have been ambushed by rivals? Perhaps. But that doesn't explain the removal of the heads. Murder is messy. Beheading is deliberate. What was the motive? Fear? Greed? Ritual? The RCMP investigated several of the deaths, but no arrests were ever made. No suspects, no witnesses, no clear cause. Which leads to another theory. The land itself. The terrain is unforgiving. Steep cliffs, hidden crevices, extreme weather. In winter, temperatures plunge to -40 degrees Celsius. Avalanches are common. So are sudden floods. Could the deaths have been accidents? Exposure? Missteps in the dark? In some cases, yes, but not all. Beheading is not a natural occurrence, nor is fire that only burns one man, nor is a rifleman found frozen in fear, with no predator nearby. Which leads us to something older. The Dean people have long avoided the valley. Their oral histories speak of Naha people, mysterious mountain dwellers, once feared, now vanished. They were said to be tall, strong, and reclusive. Warriors who raided lowland villages, then disappeared into the cliffs. One day, the Naha were gone. No one knows where they went, or why. Some say they angered the spirits. Others believe they were swallowed by the land itself. But the name remained, and the valley, Nahanni, became synonymous with danger. Some modern researchers believe the Naha were real, perhaps a splinter group or isolated tribe. Others think they're a memory of something older, or something else. In 1969, a government survey team exploring the Flat River Valley, the southern edge of the park, reported hearing distant drums. There were no settlements for hundreds of kilometers, no trails, no fires, just the sound of rhythm in the hills. They couldn't trace it. It stopped when they moved closer, then started again, further upstream. Could something still dwell in the valley? There are rumors of strange sightings, humanoid shapes along the ridgelines, eyes that reflect no light, massive footprints in the snow, human-like but twice the size. Some say it's just bears, others say it's not. And then there's the tale of the White Man of the Mountains, a tall, pale figure said to appear just before a storm. He doesn't speak, doesn't move, just watches. Trappers who see him report losing their way soon after. It's easy to dismiss these stories as folklore. Northern lights, isolation, and long winters can fray the senses. But still, the valley persists. Remote, untouched, and filled with questions. To this day, the Canadian government tightly controls access to parts of the park. Many areas remain uncharted. Others are closed off due to unstable terrain. But some believe there's more, that the land is being protected from us, or perhaps we're being protected from it. In 1972, a geologist named Raymond Patterson reported unusual magnetic readings near First Canyon. His instruments malfunctioned, spinning wildly whenever he passed a certain ridge. No ore deposits were found, no iron, just interference. It happened again in 1980, during a wildlife survey. GPS signals vanished, compasses flipped, birds refused to cross a particular stretch of sky. Is it natural magnetism or something deeper? We may never know, because Nahanni keeps its secrets well. Today, the Valley of the Headless Men is a place of beauty. Snow-fed rivers, alpine meadows, and towering cliffs. It draws kayakers, hikers, and those hungry for wilderness. But the stories remain, etched into the stone, whispered on the wind, and written in the ice. The MacLeod brothers, Martin Jorgensen, John O'Brien, dozens more, unnamed, forgotten. What connects them? Was it gold that lured them? Or something else? And why the heads? Were they trophies, warnings, sacrifices, or were they simply taken? Perhaps the Dean were right. Some places are not meant for us. Some valleys are not meant to be entered, and some mysteries are not meant to be solved. As the fog returns and the river flows on, the valley waits, silent, unmarked, and watching, just as it always has. And so we leave the Nahanni behind, not with answers, but with silence. A silence that stretches across the centuries. A silence that holds the shape of a missing face and a valley that remembers. The mountains have always stood above us, but what lies within them is a different story. Ancient texts sealed behind monastery walls, footsteps that lead nowhere, and voices echoing from tombs no one remembers sealing. Today, we've traced the forgotten paths of those who vanished into the highlands and uncovered clues that raise more questions than answers. But this is only one chapter, because the deeper we search, in every frozen pass, every crumbling ruin, every story half erased by time, the more we begin to realize mystery isn't rare, it's everywhere. If you found yourself drawn in by these strange and silent peaks, be sure to subscribe and explore our other journeys, from the ocean floor to places even darker. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay curious and stay safe.